Suki Fidara.
Wow, you guys are crazy, dude. I didn't realize all this shit was going on.
Pork and beans. All I see is pork and beans.
Oh man, thank you for the supers, Mark, Sunshine Susie, Johnny Pineapple, Ms. Maurice. Thank you for the 20.
She
awesome
is literally
turnout.
the most ridiculous person. So nuts.
Turn out across your nation to support civil rights. Much love from New Zealand. New Zealand, how's it going out there in New Zealand? Sleuth, thank you so much. Anthony, Blake, Joshua, David, Carrie, David. Gracias. Sleuths. DNS, thank you so much. All Troke for the 10. What's going on over here? So huge
shut
crowds.
up, Uncle Fester from the Addams family.
Huge turnout today. Oh, Fox got off. What happened to AXN? Oh, he's still struggling with his connection. Over here, is this live? Oh, yeah, it's live. That's Chicago. What is this? Chicago? That's Chicago.
She looks like a screaming potato on stilts.
That shit is crazy, man. Oh wow, look, they got on top. F Trump. I don't know what they're on top of right there. See if we can check out AXM for a little bit. This is where I guess this whole stage, I think maybe that's where they're gonna have the, maybe is that where it's the, oh no, they cut the cake there. That's where they cut the cake. 6 p.m. is when the show starts. Parade expected to begin, so we're gonna check out the parade at 6. What time is it now? Oh, we got about 30 minutes. Been here for 7 hours. I think we're probably gonna go into the night. I don't know, because the night we'll see. It's been peaceful for the most part. I mean, there was just one little thing in Atlanta. Well, the thing in Atlanta, the murder that's on the run.
You want short nail or long nail? Long nail get you boyfriend.
Oh, yo, that's a funny ass clip. I wonder if people know about that clip. That's a really, really funny clip. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see if I find it. Where's that clip at? There's one that I always think is funny. I don't know. Oh, here it is.
No, I don't have a boyfriend. Honey, why you don't have? You look so pretty, like model, cheerleader, something pretty. You like long or short nail? Short
Brandon,
nails, please, thanks. Oh, honey, that's why you don't have a boyfriend. You have boyfriend?
We do not have enough fuel to make it to the
That
3:30
lady
to
was
4.
behind.
stream's so bad. They're all cutting out. Literally all of them. Man, I just want to find a good one that works here. Can a Republican get a good thing going? Good God. Fuck these people. Except for the Trump guys. They're cool. Chinga Maritas. Let's see what this guy's doing. We got the Rojito. I'm not the guy who puts a whole shitload of different shit on the street. I mean, I'll run other people's shit, but I'm not gonna put a bunch of shit on the street. Y'all know what this is. You just want to watch the footage.
My dad has 7 tours of service in Call of Duty. Purple Heart accepted that. Wait, what? How about the
game? Just people standing together watching this shit go down. They don't got the skin in the game. Bruh. I mean, the volume is so loud, it's hard to keep like an earpiece in to listen to the shit because it's so irritating. I can't imagine being live at this point.
I'm on CNN for real? No, you're lying. Hi, Mom. Where's CNN? So those look like the people you're fighting against or fighting for.
That'll do.
I think they're switching shift right now.
Retards protest. Retards protest.
When they wanted that. You're not going to tell your grandchildren where you wanted it. You won't tell your children where you wanted it.
Retards protest.
You wish you could. You're from home. You wish you could tell them that you fought for America. You fought for the state they live in. When you did it, you stood against it with rights. You stood against rights. Against healthcare workers. Everyone is really...
Human rights. Human rights.
That's when you started to say, right? You started to think that you were willing to put your body on the line to fight for what you believe in.
Retards protest.
Today, what are you doing? Against American flag. There's military veterans standing up to this shit. They fought for
Here we go.
country.
Here we go. There's some more retards pushing the narrative that military officers are getting behind this retarded fucking movement. That's the part that makes me sick. These retarded Mexicans that live here with all the freedoms they have, saying the shit that they fucking say, man. Makes no sense to me. Unfucking believable. The mental retardation of these people. You don't like the fucking way I talk either. You don't have to listen to this stream. But we're gonna call it like it is here, guys. These guys are fucking retards. Retards protest. Durka Durka, retard. Fuck these idiots. Just make your own tune out of it, you know? It seems like we're having connection issues, not on my end, but all these streamers, I mean, look at all the people there. It's a lot of motherfuckers on one cell tower, you know what I mean? That's a lot of cats on one tower. Oh my goodness, you guys, what are we gonna do here? Everybody's stream sucks. Mexican need a shower. Go take a shower. Go take a shower. Blah 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 blah. No justice, no. What? No burgers, no grease. These retards just want peace. Woo-wee! Amido, Aharo, Onido, Ahara. Scooby Doo.
Mexican and American. We've seen a lot coming out of the Trump administration calling it an invasion. When we see those Mexican flags, they're saying if you're here protesting this country, waving the flag of another country, they're calling it
Ahiro, Agaro, Ahura, Ara, Duro. Amida, Mara, Mudo.
Washington Post today, who says in the context, the Mexican flag isn't necessarily a symbol of separation or rejection. Sometimes it's a claim. We are both. We are Mexican and American, not divided but layered. This is
I gotta charge my motherfucking phone. Out here charging phones, running streams. This shit is wild, y'all. But if you scroll my page on X, dude, you'll see I've been talking about this shit for years. 4 years. It's fucking Israeli butt fuckers, man. These guys, they just love it. They love this war shit. They love killing people. It's sad. We just need peace. We're gonna. Oh, Tim boy, poor guy. He's running a pretty good stream though. We'll give him some support. All this shit makes me want to smoke some weed, so. President Trump departing for Army Parade, guys. Skoden. My boy is departing right now. He's doing Trump shit. Alright. Let's figure this out. What's going on with this stream? We're just gonna like do this. Let's do this little number here. I don't know how these guys are doing all this cool shit. What D'Lo does is he just learns as he goes, alright? You know what I'm saying? We learn as we go over here on this channel. We don't got time to learn how to be a fucking master streamer. Come on now. Give me a screen. There we go. That's good enough. We're blocking some of them queers, but that's okay. These guys are just there for clout. Look at me, I put my flag on upside down and I'm all upset about stuff. The Soros-funded bullshit flag army that I have with me. Motherfucker, I'm here for the 250 years, bitch. Let's go. Let's go. Trumpus, Trumpus, Trumpus. The Trumpstinator. Just look at that fucking ABC7 shot, you guys. Look at all those fucking people. Unbelievable. Yeah, it takes a lot of candy to get a bunch of retards in one spot like that. I like that shit Trump said about how he wishes he was a king because he wouldn't have to go through Congress for all the bullshit that he has to go through to get things passed. Bullseye. I expected some stupid shit, bullshit psyop today too. That whole Brooklyn Park, Minnesota thing. So obvious.
Ain't no way we didn't have enough in the budget for them to have a hat. What the fuck? Yo, they bullied them out. That's crazy.
Yeah, listen to that queer. You're short. You should have stayed home, 5'5". Your parents are probably Mexican. That's why you're short, Holmes. I think that you probably look like a lowrider, Holmes. Shit, I bet you he looks like a lowrider, Holmes.
Alright, who's got the fastest mile here? I bet it's none of y'all. I bet y'all haven't run a mile in fucking since you're graduated, man. Like, you guys look like fucking obese.
Obese, callous,
Hungry.
hungry, sad.
Trying to hit up Golden Corral. One of y'all goes for that fucking all-you-can-eat fried chicken. I know it. I dabble in it, but it's not
All
my
you can
cup
eat
of
fried
tea.
chicken. Listen to this guy. Listen to this guy. So good.
Hey, where you going?
Sir Troll Hard. That's what we'll call him.
Grow some inches while you come back. I'm not talking about height.
God. Look at this guy. He's talking about people's wieners.
Oh man, look at Shea. That's a good looking officer. You get the ladies. Yeah, look at him. He's Pete. March with us. March with us. March with us. Come on. Unless you guys like the pedophile.
Oh my God.
Shit. You didn't hear about it. Oh, you were best friends with Epstein and Ted Cruz? Yes, bro. They were their protector. Fish. Shea, be honest, bro. You be getting bitches every night, huh? You know. You be getting
This guy is
bitches,
cringe,
huh?
dude.
You can tell, bro. You can tell he wants. You can tell he wants to fucking. He wants to come to this side, bro. He wants to take off the fucking.
Cringe, 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 cringe.
You don't have to, bro. You can stick on that side, man. It's not worth it. We're meddlings, bro. You guys are the supreme. Good word. That's how it's been.
What enough? Mother of God.
Clown there. OZ mime. Protesting mime. It's tough.
Bro, even the mime is fucking protesting. He's speaking up. What the fuck? Dude.
Can't get out of his box, man. He's trapped in his box.
Bro, y'all fucked up patrolling the funniest city of all time. Y'all about to fucking hack your way to Mississippi. But they're East Coasters. They're like right next to New Jersey. That guy looks like he's from New Jersey. I know this. Bro, this dude looks like the fucking dad from fucking That's So Raven. I swear to God, bro. The head suit and everything. I swear to fucking God. He wrote the worst quote that the cops would, bro. That shit's insane. I'm pretty sure he's gonna get Why did some of y'all? I wouldn't let my car get like that, and I wouldn't let my baton get like that. Hey, Shan, scratch that smile off your face. You're trying to intimidate us. What the fuck?
Started from Gaza, went to Lebanon, Yemen, Iran, and now with Iran. This is the biggest place. And this confrontation could have dire implication on everything.
And we're just getting reports that we've got 3 people confirmed dead in northern Israel. This we believe to be on top of a number of people killed, 4 people killed in Israel yesterday, but more than 80 people have been killed in Iran. And I think that's what we've got to keep coming back to, isn't it? People are actually, innocent civilians, women, children, are losing their lives already in just 24 hours of this escalation.
Absolutely, and more will be killed. Because what we are seeing is the Israelis are going more towards civilian infrastructure. They're hitting areas inside the cities and surrounding the cities. The Iranians are retaliating. The rockets are hitting also inside the city. So the idea of civilians being killed, unfortunately, is being seen by government, just like in the past, as collateral damage. But the problem is that it's the issue of people being killed should be in the heart of especially for us as journalists. We go and we cover these wars. The first thing that we see, we don't see politics. We don't see military. We see the people. We see the cries. We see the women. We see the children. We see the destruction. We see the dreams shattered. And this is what's being disseminated around the region.
Okay, Ali Hashem, many thanks indeed once again for joining us here in the studio. Hello there, I'm Laura Kyle. This is just coming up to 22 GMT. You're watching Al Jazeera, and we are continuing our breaking news coverage of the escalating conflict between Israel and Iran. Let's bring up speed with what's been happening over the last few hours. Several parts of Israel have been repeatedly targeted by Iranian missiles on Saturday night. Air raid sirens have been activated in major cities, including Tel Aviv and Haifa. Israel's Iron Dome has been intercepting most of the missiles. There are reports of at least 3 deaths and several injuries across the country. Well, at least one projectile has struck Haifa, and that's where a fire has broken out at a strategic facility. Significant damage has been caused on the ground, and emergency services are responding. The 2 countries have been trading missile and drone attacks for 2 days. The Israeli cities of Tel Aviv and Haifa are around 2,000 kilometers from Tehran. Missiles launched by both sides take on average 12 minutes to reach their targets and cross over Iraqi, Jordanian and Syrian airspace. Meanwhile, Israel has been targeting civilian and energy infrastructure across Iran. An oil depot near the capital, Tehran, is on fire. Israel has declared Iran as the primary combat zone and downgraded. Well, here are the cities across Iran that have been targeted. Ahvaz and Abadan are some of the latest. Attacks go as far south as Bandar Abbas and as far west as Tabriz. Israel has attacked 3 nuclear sites on the Natanz border and a facility in Isfahan. Our correspondents are covering the story from across the globe. Our diplomatic editor James Bays is in Banff in Canada. Our White House correspondent Kimberly Halkett is in Washington, D.C. Tyler Sadi is in Tehran. But first, let's start with Bernard Smith in the Jordanian capital, Amman. Now, he's there because Israel has banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel and the occupied West Bank. So, Bernard, perhaps you could just start our coverage this hour by updating us on the situation in Israel and whether they are expecting more missile barrages tonight.
So, Laura, we saw this evening's barrage a couple of hours ago, and we saw over our heads over here, flying over Amman, some of those missiles heading from Iran over to Israel, just over my shoulder there, and we saw them as they went down into Israeli territory. The Jordanians had an air raid siren that went off a couple of hours ago.
All right, guys. If anybody just happens to be tuning in on YouTube,
announcing the all
hook
clear,
a brother up, man.
from the
Look at my subscribers.
excuse me, from the Jordanians, that the threat so for now
so help a brother out if you want to. You don't really
Israel
have to.
Also says its military has said that the public is now committed to leave protected spaces in all areas across
Matter of fact,
Israel.
I do like French fries. Those are good.
There have been some reports from civilians, as you've reported, that some of the missiles went down in northern Israel. This time, there was no air raid siren
Mega
in
and French
Jerusalem,
fries, baby.
so it wasn't considered a significant threat there. It was, it seems, in the north of the city. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, he said earlier that Israel will soon be flying over Tehran, and we know that Israel's military has said it has control of the airspace, freedom of movement of the air across the airspace of Iran from the west all the way to Tehran. So Israel saying it's in control of that airspace there.
And what about Haifa, Bernard? Because we saw that coming under attack in this missile barrage a few hours ago now, and this is a port city. Was anything targeted and impacted?
Well, we've seen the flames there from Haifa, and we've heard it's a strategic installation. It's useful to remember that Israel, during a time of war, like most of the countries, imposes military censorship. And if any military or sensitive target is hit, then media in Israel is not allowed to report that. It is censored information. It's considered strategically useful information for any enemy. So while we've seen images of destruction of Israeli residential properties, destruction by Iranian missiles in Tel Aviv, of apartment blocks, if there have been any targets hit that are military or have a significant strategic significance to Israel, reporting on that will be prevented.
Okay, and Bernard, the Israeli public, what are you hearing from them about having to spend another night staying close to shelters, fearing yet more missiles being shot towards them?
So for Israelis, there is always this rallying around the flag when the country is under attack. Yes, there's enormous criticism of Benjamin Netanyahu. Politically, he remains unpopular. The latest polls suggest again that were there to be an election, he would likely lose that election. But when the country feels under threat, when the country
What a sight to see. That shit's wild. I mean, we got Pete Hegseth logging on stage right now, bro. Just doing President Trump shit, you know. Oh, there's JD Vance. I wonder if he's got his Peter Thiel check in the back pocket there. His old Palantir check. What you guys think? And I'm still a mega guy, trust me. I mean, shit, I'd be wearing a hat. We still be mega. I just don't understand this shit. It's like, why do we keep doing stuff we didn't vote for? Like, none of us want war. None of us have voted for them. Unless they're retarded. Just don't understand. What does everybody think of this shit, man? I can't be the only one. My phone's blowing up.
Deal with the situation, but that is just one part of this bigger puzzle in which we are receiving different reports from yesterday up until the moment that we're talking about different cities across the country being targeted by the Israeli strikes.
Trump.
And we saw a couple of minutes ago, as we spoke last time,
I'm gonna move Trump here.
that the air defense system here
and
in
then
the
we can kind of see
capital
what's going
was
on.
activated, intercepting
these other Israel
flying
crews.
objects in the sky of the capital. That's one that is on the one hand, and on the other hand, Iran is saying that
I mean, I'm a fucking patriot. I want to watch this shit. I want to watch this shit on RSBN right now.
Israelis continue their
Got the absolute man, Donald Trump.
Against the country. We heard different statements, and of course,
the Giga Chad.
A serious round of missile
the
Giga
the Giga MAGA.
IRGC and the aerospace force of IRGC announced that this operation, codenamed True Promise 3, was started. Also, we talked to a security official, a high-ranking security official, who said that
Giga MAGA. Here, we'll go down to this one here, because then we can do it at least.
To increase its attacks on the Israeli territories, very much alongside with and in line with the previous statements that we heard from other Iranian officials.
It's the one I want right here.
Okay, and Tawhid, much of Israel's strikes today have targeted Iran's
point of view. We got me in the camera.
What impact
My
has
keyboard
that
cam
had
is gone,
on Iran's
so
energy supplies?
Well, actually,
any alterations, just throw them in the fucking chat, man. I'm that transparent up in this mother. Come on now.
Some lines of cars at petrol stations. Still, when it comes to the fundamental energy matters, it seems that things look normal, but still there is this sense of anxiety and fear among
you know what the stream's missing in the background, bro?
Society, seeing that they are now seeing
we need this Trump van sign up here, bro.
Translated into actual war. And that is something that worries every citizen, specifically seeing the fact that now we see
I think that's good. I don't think she's coming down.
Under attack. It's not just the military sites,
Trump
it's not just the nuclear sites under attack, but now we see that civilians and very ordinary civilians are being targeted, and that's what makes people worried about the situation. But still, we see this sentiment of anger among the people pertaining to the Israeli strikes.
So there's defiance amongst the people, but how are they actually coping being under attack? When they hear the air raid sirens going off in Tehran, what do people do?
It's just the ambulance sirens that we hear in Tehran, but what I see is that the almost I emphasize almost normal way of living is here. Despite what we see in the Israeli territories, in Tehran it seems that we have a less
we just got like fucking news overload on my channel right now. This is wild.
Earlier, that there are
My brain hurts.
concerns,
My
of
brain
course,
feels
related
broken
to the
following all
nuclear
this shit.
facilities, specifically after what Israelis did on nuclear
Too
sites.
old,
And today
man.
it was the
I breathed in
deputy
too many
foreign minister of
chemtrails.
country,
I don't know what's going on.
Kazem Garibabadi, coming out with a statement regarding the safeguarding the security of this nuclear
Laura
facilities.
Loomer and her pro-Israel
Iranians are
bullshit
very much
trash. She always
worried
posts. Come
about
on now.
how this is going
You
to
used to be
bear
the
and
Las
how it
Vegas
is going
shooter
to
chick.
lead. And of
What
course,
happened to
if
you?
you look at the Iranian officials and the security official that we spoke to, we hear this statement that Israelis started, but this is going to be the Iranians to decide
This motherfucker said it
they are
started.
going to end this aggression.
Okay, that's Tahir Asadi bringing us the very latest there from Tehran.
My boy in
Tahir, many
Tehran
thanks.
just dropping retarded.
Well, these attacks and counterattacks came right as Iran was engaged in talks with the US over a potential deal on its nuclear program. A sixth round of indirect talks was scheduled for Sunday.
My God.
But Iran's foreign minister has told Al Jazeera that those talks are now cancelled.
Yeah, we're gonna have to bust out
said
some.
there's no justification for continuing negotiations in light of Israel's continued attacks.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to run
Let's bring our White House correspondent Kimberly Harkett. She's joining us from Washington, D.C. So, Kimberly, we've got Iran's top negotiators saying that these talks are cancelled, but Trump's
At
still
D-Lo
insisting that the US
1776
negotiators
on
are
X if
ready
you
to
wanna follow.
resume work. Also, this phone call with President Putin
Tons of good shit
suggesting
there.
that there
Trust
is a
me, that's
suggestion
my
of talks
home base right there.
being possible. What's the latest we're hearing?
Yeah, that's right. The U.S. president ahead of the military parade, which is set to begin here in Washington, celebrating the 250th birthday of the U.S. Army. The U.S. president made a flurry of phone calls. He had one that was initiated by Vladimir Putin, the Russian president, and he also held calls with the EU chief as well as the leader of Turkey. Now, what I can tell you is that with respect to that call with Vladimir Putin
Let's run some sound
offered
here on this
to
RSBN.
help mediate or negotiate.
Came up the next day.
because
Cornwallis
of its
looked out
alliances with
and realized he
Iran,
was in serious
to
trouble.
end the
So he
conflict.
prepared an
This is
all-out,
now tit for
desperate
tat
counterattack.
between Israel
It
and Iran.
didn't work,
But
and the
US
British were
president, when we
forced to
finally got his readout
We were
of
supposed
the call,
to lose
he
to the
said
best
that
army
he
and the
felt
largest
that,
and most professional
meaning
navy in
Vladimir
the world.
Putin, he feels
But
as I do
our
that
young
Israel's
army
war
had
in Iran
won the
should end,
war and
to
our
which I
freedom.
explained
The
his
freedom we
war
hold
should
so
also
dear.
end, meaning
And 250 years later,
Russia-Ukraine war.
what
In
started
other
as a
words,
ragtag group of shop
progress
owners
to end
has now
that war
become the
has
most
also
powerful
stalled, and
army
so,
in the world.
the U.S. president
Today,
reminded
many
Vladimir
things are
Putin
very
that,
different from
before
that
he
army here
mediates
at
the end of
Yorktown.
one conflict,
But
perhaps he
one
should focus
thing
on his
remains the
own.
same.
So,
An
very
undying
frank
passion,
discussion, but,
guts, and
what
love
the
for
US
our
president
country
did note
remains
is that
deep in
contrary
the
to
heart
Friday,
of
when he seemed
today's
very
army.
confident about
When I look into their
Israel's
faces,
operations,
you
he
can see it.
expressed Vladimir Putin
That
that
will
the
never
situation
change. God bless the United States Army, and God bless the United States of America.
I mean, this shit actually goes pretty hard. We're gonna run this down here in the corner now. Bro, this shit goes hard. The drums. Oh, he's coming in, bro. This is hard. This goes so much harder than every other country. Look how non-communist we look in our country. This is top G status.
Ladies and gentlemen, our parade is officially underway. Up first, internationally renowned as one of the world's finest professional music organizations, the United States Army Band, Pershing Zone. They are the premier music organization of the U.S. Army, our nation's most senior service. Stationed at Joint Base Meyer-Henderson Hall, Virginia, it plays an important musical role in events of national and international significance. They were founded back in 1922 by Army Chief of Staff John J. Pershing. They're led today by Colonel Bruce R. Pulver and Drum Major Rob Moore. Today, Pershing Zone is playing a melody entitled The Army Goes Rolling Along. This was actually written in 1908 by the then Lieutenant Edmund Louis Snitz Gruber, which was a descendant of Franz Gruber, who composed Silent Night. It was originally written to be the 5th Artillery Regimental song titled The Caissons Go Rolling Along, and in 1956 the lyrics were revised by Harold Arberg as the official song of the U.S. Army, and then retitled The Army Goes Rolling Along. Pershing Zone carries on its century-old legacy, playing a march that brings pride to every soldier. The Army Song. The 3rd Infantry Regiment, the oldest active duty unit
I just put it in the
US
background,
Army.
guys. The
established back in
parade.
1784, the
Breaking
unit was
news: we
dubbed
just
the
had
Old Guard by Major General
another
Winfield
strike.
Scott during a victory parade in Mexico City
Looks
after
like
the
Tehran,
Mexican War. It is
as
the
of
U.S.
13
Army's
minutes ago.
official ceremonial unit and presidential escort,
The
conducting
homeboys are winding
year-round
it for
tactical
you.
training to ensure the highest
That's
standards and
wild.
utmost discipline of its soldiers. The unit routinely represents the U.S. Army and our nation in official ceremonies, major sporting events, and their own, the U.S. Army's own Twilight Tattoo. The Old Guard also maintains 24-hour vigil of the tomb of the unknown soldier,
If you haven't
while
yet,
also conducting
pop
funeral
over to my
services
X
honoring
page,
our fallen
give me a
heroes
follow.
at Arlington National Cemetery.
Good
The regiment's
stuff lies
50
here, trust
campaign
me.
streamers stand
I mean,
as a
we got some
testament to
bangers.
its
You
long,
just scroll down,
faithful
there's
service
just
to our
bangers for
nation.
hours.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 3rd Infantry Regiment, the Old
So
Guard.
get in there, share some shit. At DLO1776.
In 1775, the shot heard round the world at Lexington and Concord sparked a revolution, uniting 13 colonies and forging a continental army from farmers and frontiersmen. Against the odds, they turned the tide at Trenton and Saratoga, survived Valley Forge, and at Yorktown forced a British surrender, securing independence and giving birth to the United States of America. And Concord sparked a revolution, uniting 13 colonies and forging a continental army from farmers and frontiersmen. Against the odds, they turned the tide. Before radios and field phones, sound was the signal. In the Continental Army, fifes and drums carried commands across the chaos of battle, telling soldiers when to advance, when to retreat, eat, even when to rest. That legacy actually lives on today with the U.S. Army Fife and Drum Corps, part of the 3rd Infantry Regiment known as the Old Guard. Founded back in 1960, they're the only unit of their kind in the armed forces. Performing in uniforms patterned after those worn by General Washington's musicians. Playing period instruments with patriotic
Tehran just
precision,
had another
they
strike.
bring history to life.
Right while our parade was starting.
Revolution through more than
Literally.
500 performances each year, both at home and around the world too.
Shit's
The Old
fucking
Guard,
weird.
Fife and Drum Corps, everybody.
Alright, I'm gonna put that back up. We need to get our trumpet, to those of you just joining in, parade going here.
And now, from high above, ladies and gentlemen,
Alright,
celebrating
we don't need to look at this
250
weird, so I'm gonna cover this
your United
left
States
corner
Army
up because I
parachute
could
team,
care about that
the
keypad
Golden
even.
Knights.
Motherfucker left.
The
It's
Old
fucking weird.
Guard, Fife and Drum Corps, everybody. Descending at over 120
We aren't
miles
for
an
war
hour,
here.
the Golden Knights
We are
using
for.
flexible
Oh
wing
god,
gliders
he's
to
putting it on the
maintain
whole
their
screen.
formation.
Oh well.
They open their main canopy simultaneously and negotiate the softest possible
We
landing.
don't need to look at this weird, so I'm gonna cover this.
I'll tell you, they can't hear you, but they sure can see you. You can give them a great big wave, ladies and gentlemen. The Golden Knights, the finest parachuting team in the world.
That's fucking cool. Alright, I'm gonna mute this so I can hear what Homeboy's saying on the other one here.
And then
Yeah, boy. Meganomics.
wait, and so cutting that, say, by half would lead to a global oil price spike, probably well over $120 a barrel. That impact would hit everyone across the world very quickly.
In what way would that impact, say, your average consumer?
Well, in the United States, the average consumer would see at least a doubling of the price of gasoline. If it's $3 a gallon today in Houston, it would be $6 to $8 a gallon after the strait was closed. The oil companies would be struggling to make sure that their refineries were filled. Now, President Trump and other nations could release oil from their strategic petroleum reserves, but keep in mind
Wow.
the U.S. SPR
We're gonna be up for a long night,
was run
peeps.
down significantly during
Just
the
saying.
administration because of Russia's attack on
I think
Ukraine
it's
and the
time
cutoff of
to bust out
Russian
the
oil
methylene
for at
blue,
least a small period of
which
time
I have
into the
refrigerated.
global oil market. So the stockpiles that
Oh,
the
baby,
nations
it is
have
nice
been
and cold.
depleted somewhat.
If that price spike did happen, do you think Trump
Nice
would be forced
and
to
cold.
take action with Israel,
Cheers.
use its leverage on Israel to rein in its attacks on Iran? And if so, if we're talking about that, surely the authorities in Tehran are talking about that as a viable possibility, a viable off-ramp in this conflict.
No, I don't think that would happen. I think that would give President Trump the excuse to attack Iran. He's been very forceful in his rhetoric on making sure that Tehran and Iran did not obtain nuclear weapons, attacking the global economy, attacking the U.S. economy directly by cutting off the flow of oil to the global market would probably be the catalyst necessary to engage the U.S. directly against Iran. And keep in mind that Israel's not able to go and attack Iran without the okay of neighbors in the Middle East, the Saudis, the Iraqis. Israel is using their airspace to get to Iran. There's no way around it. And so this is not just a Israel-Iran conflict. It's got the participation and backing of other nations in the Middle East.
And we're just hearing from Iran's Revolutionary Guards that it has hit Israel's energy infrastructure tonight in its barrage of missiles and drones. Of course, we've seen multiple targets in Iran being hit, multiple oil fields and gas fields. What impact is that going to have?
Well, this is a domestic attack, Iran against
Bro's
Israel.
got the setup, dude.
The Israeli infrastructure, Israel against Iran on their domestic infrastructure. Both are trying to win the war by depriving the other of hydrocarbons, of electricity, of communications abilities, degrading the infrastructure. We heard Netanyahu call for the Iranian people to rise up and overthrow the regime. We've heard hour after hour many analysts saying that the first goal
What a
of
retard
the
channel.
regime in
Woke.net.
Iran is preservation.
Who would
The
embrace such a
Israelis
retarded
went
culture
after
like that?
Hezbollah, they went after Hamas, and they didn't stop until they were so degraded that they could not mount a serious threat against Israel. They were backed by Iran. I think at this point, the Israelis are going full bore to do what they can to neuter the Iranian military machine.
So at the moment, you're saying that the strikes on the energy infrastructures are having domestic impact. What would it take to have an international impact?
Cutting off Iran's access to global oil markets would be one. We know the Saudis and Kuwaitis have got additional supply capacity they could bring online to supplant the 1.7 million barrels a day that Iran sells to the global oil market. But if the Strait of Hormuz
Guys, like and
is
subscribe.
compromised in any way by Iran, that would have an impact globally, and we would see fuel prices,
Get this shit
hydrocarbon
going.
prices rise
I'm gonna
across
have
the
a
global
cooler
market.
stream than everybody else's.
Okay.
Right now, I'm
Ed
just
Hears, many thanks
climbing the
indeed
fucking ladder.
for joining us there with your knowledge and expertise in the field of energy markets across the international markets. Many thanks indeed.
My pleasure.
Still ahead here on Al Jazeera. A parade gets underway to celebrate the anniversary of the US military, whilst many Americans take the opportunity to protest against President Trump's policies. We'll be live in Washington, D.C. for more on that parade after the break.
المرتبطة حقيقة بالسرعة الهائلة للصاروخ والتي من خلالها تتمكن أن تتجنب أو تمنع إمكانيات الدفاع الجوي الإسرائيلية والأمريكية المتواجدة في إسرائيل وعبر المسار كله أن تعترض وتؤثر بشكل كامل على هذه الصواريخ.
These are the dumbest fucking chants I've ever heard. Literally, they just get dumber and dumber and dumber. It's like all them idiots scratching up the Tesla cars, you know? It's like, how many dumb videos can we have? And how many retards don't know that the fucking things record you? Unreal. Yeah, as long as they just keep drilling Trump putting money in his pocket, they think they're gonna distract people. So dumb. This is the dumbest chant I've ever heard in my life. Listen to these idiots. Listen to this shit.
التابعة للجيش الكيان الصهيوني في مختلف المناطق المستخدمة داخل البلاد. نتحدث عن تفضل سيادة الفريق علق على هذا أيضا.
يعني أقول عن الطائرات المسيرة أعتقد هذا ما كان يعني أيضا الناطق العسكري الإسرائيلي عندما كان يتحدث أن الطائرات الإسرائيلية تجوب الأجواء الإيرانية بعد أن دمرت الدفاع الجوي، حقيقة لم تدمر الدفاع الجوي، ولا تحتاج الطائرات الإسرائيلية الاستراتيجية الكبرى أن تعبر إلى الجغرافيا الإيرانية لأنها تدافع حتى في الجزء الغربي من إيران وتستطيع أن تأتي وتضرب الأهداف من خارج الحدود الإيرانية، لكن إسرائيل هربت العشرات الآلاف المئات الآلاف الأكثر
So dumb. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. I can't handle these chants. I don't know how these guys do this shit. That really loud lady really sounds trans. That's got to be a trans. You get raspy and high pitched like that, and I mean that's. Tranny alert! Tranny alert!
التي تم الحظر بها سابقا من خلال عمليات خداع الكتروني وتشويش الكتروني وذكاء
كأس صناعي معين هذه لا يمكن أن تأتي عليها التسجيلات أبدا بسبب تحسينها وهذا ستحتاج إجباريا إلى المتاح فيها وهذا غير موجود لإسرائيل وأمريكا لا تعطي لأحد هي تستخدمه لأن لا يمكن استخدامه إلا بالطائرات القاذفة الاستراتيجية البي 2 والبي 53. نعود إلى المشهد. إسرائيل واضح أنها تشعر حتى الآن أن عمليتها في مربع الفشل من حيث الوصول إلى الهدف الاستراتيجي العسكري النووي والاستراتيجي المرتبط بالسرعة. إذا ستذهب إلى هدف آخر وهو أيضا معلن إلى حد ما التأشير باتجاه النظام الإيراني كبير جدا في تصريحات السياسيين لقيادة الكيان الإسرائيلي وبالتالي قد تكون استهداف هذا النوع من الأهداف ذات البعد الحياتي المدني هو ضغط مباشر وليس استراتيجية إسرائيلية معروفة معلنة والآن موجودة في غزة.
عذرا عن المقاطعة قبل الذهاب لهذه النقاط اللي هي استهدفت البنى التحتية والأماكن الاستراتيجية الحياتية أرجو أيضا أن وأنت معنا تتحدث عن هذه الدفعة من الصواريخ الإيرانية التي طالت أماكن، طالت حيفا، طالت تل أبيب، طالت أماكن مختلفة. يعني الناس في تل أبيب رؤساء المدن يتحدثون عن أن هذا الدمار لم يكن متوقعا، هذه الضربات لم تكن متوقعة، وبالتالي استخدام إيران بعض الصواريخ.
Now we got problems with the X stream. Like, what's going on here? I just want to dual stream in peace. Oh, we're back up again.
نعم إيران في الليلة الماضية استهدفت أهداف عسكرية استراتيجية قواعد جوية.
We're good. We're good.
الأركان العليا وزارة الأمن.
We're good, y'all.
Regional assets. What risk is posed to them?
They're worried that they're going to get caught up in this war, that the Iranians and the international community will view the U.S. as complicit or aiding and abetting Israel's actions. So the idea of a war spreading and involving U.S. assets in the region is a real risk.
What would you advise Donald Trump to do right now?
Take a step back to de-escalate, send a clear message to the Arab and Muslim world that the U.S. will not tolerate any reprisals against U.S. assets or interests, and continue to work diplomatically to defuse the situation.
Do you think it's within Donald Trump's power to defuse the situation?
The situation's gotten out of control. It's probably not in his power. The fact that this is all occurring on the eve of the 6th round of talks between U.S. and Iranian officials is a measure of how U.S. power and influence is waned in the region.
And to what extent do you think that is because, or the situation that we are in now today, is because during his first term, President Donald Trump unilaterally withdrew the U.S. from the 2015 JCPOA, which of course was the global nuclear agreement with Iran?
The JCPOA was working. Iran's nuclear program was under control. There were international inspections. The fact that the U.S. unilaterally withdrew is used by the Iranians as justification for blaming the U.S. as a complicit partner in this operation.
And do you think that the talks, should they have carried on, we were looking at a 6th round on Sunday, would they have reached the same point that they were at when the U.S. unilaterally withdrew?
It's hard to imagine these talks having resulted in a breakthrough. It's also likely that the Iranians were just playing along, that they weren't really serious about a deal. So I don't think that there was great likelihood of a success. But discussions and diplomacy are better than war. And right now, Israel and Iran find itself at war. A war with regional and global implications.
There is a feeling that Israel has the complicit support, or at least tacit support, of much
Al Jazeera
of the West. I mean, the US certainly, but then we're also hearing that the UK is moving military assets into the region.
Oh yeah. They got a little feed up.
is in support of Israel's
Of our
actions
parade.
against Iran.
That may be the case, but no country wants to see the world at war, and this war has global implications. And there's real risk that
What does
what's
everybody
going
think
on
is
there
happening right now?
could
Where is this
escalate
going?
and involve other countries. So we need to take a deep breath, take a step,
Makes me wonder.
and let diplomacy work.
What's gonna fucking happen?
All of this is happening as we are watching
What's
pictures
gonna happen next,
there
dude?
on our screens.
We
of
got all this shit
extraordinary
going on
and
at one time. That's usually when some big event happens, you know? I just think something's coming. I don't know what Big Bro is doing here with this feed. He's just out here watching shit.
highly controversial as we are.
And let diplomacy work.
All of this is happening as we are watching pictures.
Diplomacy work.
All of this is happening as we are watching pictures.
Diplomacy work.
All of this is happening as we are watching pictures there on our screens of an extraordinary and highly controversial military parade through the streets of the capital, through Washington, D.C. What sort of message does this send from America to the world?
America has become militarized. The recent protests in Los Angeles and the use of the Marines to put those protests down are an example of how the U.S. is increasingly turning to hard power domestically to suppress opposition. This is not consistent with American values or the U.S. Constitution. So there's real risk of the U.S. turning towards autocracy and ultimately towards dictatorship unless the Congress and the judiciary puts a hold on presidential and executive power.
Line it up.
Okay, David L. Phillips, it was great to get your views there from New York. Many thanks for taking the time to join us.
Thank you.
Well, as we jump onto the image,
Brother, back out so we can see the fucking...
a folded flag. Let's bring in Alan Fisher. He joins us live from Washington, D.C. So, Alan, you're there. Talk us through what you're seeing.
Well, the parade well underway. As you can see behind me, as columns of soldiers make their way along Constitution Avenue. They'll pass the White House, which is probably just about a kilometre up the road from here towards the Washington Monument. The Golden Knights have already landed, making their way to the White House, where they'll present President Trump.
Wowzy wowzers.
Commemorate the 250th anniversary
Look at that.
of the Army. You've actually just missed the soldiers who are representing the period of the Gulf War, and that's interesting because the last time there was a parade like this was back on June the 8th, 1991, at the end of the Gulf War. A few hundred
Why are those
took
people
part along with
smiling?
General
I never
Mills.
understood.
There's a name from the past.
What's up with this
And they made
culture,
their way
man?
through Washington,
Fucking,
DC. This
it's like
time was about
we're in
6,000,
retard culture.
700
Literal
soldiers
retard
who are
culture.
involved in this. They represent all branches of the army, from the bands to the artillery, as we've seen through, and of course the infantry, which you're seeing marching behind us, and also to represent the various stages of the development of what started out as the Continental Army and became the U.S. Army. So you're talking
My
about
mic's not working,
the
is
American
it?
Revolution,
Mic.
the Civil
Hello,
War,
hello,
the First
check.
World War, the Second World War, the Gulf War, and you see the modern soldiers making their way here now. What is interesting is that this parade, many people objected to it.
Device.
Trump mentioned the idea of a parade during his first term in office. They said that the cost was too much. Donald Trump very keen on the idea after he made a trip to France for Bastille Day, for the Second World War commemoration. But he decided that he definitely wanted a parade.
Mic
this
check,
time
mic
round.
check.
We're told
Nothing.
the cost of this will be somewhere in the region of 45 million, but critics say that number has been suppressed by the army. It's actually going to run much closer to 60 million, and this is a time, of course, when the US is debating cutting serious health schemes, the likes of Medicaid and things like that. And interestingly enough, there's a new poll out first thing this morning which said that 6 in 10 Americans, although a majority of Republicans, but 6 in 10 Americans are against the idea of this parade because they simply view it as a waste of money.
And so, Alan, what's changed second time round to allow Donald Trump to actually have this parade?
Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check.
he just didn't listen to the critics, as we've seen on a number of occasions
צבע אדום.
over the last
צבע
5-6
אדום.
months.
Hostile
He simply
aircraft
decided that he was going
intrusion.
to go ahead with
Samar,
something that he wanted
Yotvata
to do.
Wild
It was
Zoo.
coincidence that it fell on his birthday, but he wanted to go ahead with it. He wanted to see it, and so the plans were laid very quickly after he took office on January the 20th to get this onto the streets of Washington, D.C. As you can see, the tanks are moving through now.
The motherfucking mic's working, but it doesn't show up on my
They were concerned about
Streamlabs, so
just
oh well.
the impact it would have on what is normally a very busy road on a Saturday afternoon.
Mic sounds pretty crispy,
But
actually.
the Army Corps of Engineers will move in immediately after the parade and start.
Pretty crispy, mate. Pretty crispy. All right, I'll quit looking down at my phone. I'm sorry, guys. I just want to make sure everything's working properly. Just report it. Report to a motherfucker if shit ain't working, all right?
Memorials as well. The Army Air Corps are just part of the army that will be represented here. This whole parade is expected to last somewhere in the region of 60, 45 minutes.
and Mines.
Past the ellipse where Donald Trump has made some statements earlier today, just at the start of the parade, but he'll be delighted that this is actually taking place. He was desperately keen to see it. Objections in the past, though, to this sort of parade where this is not the sort of thing the US does. This is really just a display of militarism. It is not what the US is known for. But Donald Trump said he wanted to show off the strength and the beauty of the US Army, which is why we have this parade moving along Constitution Avenue in Washington, D.C.
Okay, Alan Fisher joining us there from the military parade in Washington, D.C. Many thanks. Well, ahead of that parade, tens of thousands of people have been attending rallies in protest against Trump and his policies. The theme of the protest is No Kings, signalling no person is above the law. Trump's use of the military has drawn strong criticism after he authorized the deployment of thousands of National Guard soldiers and Marines to control protests in California against his immigration raids. Well, the protests are taking place in cities like New York, Miami and Los Angeles, and that's where we can join Phil Lavelle. So, Phil, just talk us through the scenes there behind you.
Yeah, tell us, Phil.
Well, it's changing. You know, the No Kings protest in its original incarnation ended a few hours ago. A lot of people left. I mean, there were 20,000 people. But now another crowd, perhaps made up of some of those people, perhaps others who have joined, have moved here. Let me show you where we are. This is the Federal Building in downtown. So this has really been the focus of these protests for the last week. You may remember it. This is where we saw burning cars, 3 of them, just a few seconds walk up the road earlier this week. Now, you can see that there is a large crowd outside the Federal Building. The National Guard are there. At the moment, it's getting busier, it's getting noisier. There have been a few skirmishes. You might be able to see the National Guard are lined up protecting the building. That's their job. They're here to protect federal property. A few minutes ago, they surged forward towards the crowd. I'm not sure if people were trying to get into the building, but there was quite a commotion. There were quite a lot of boos. They then moved backwards. They've now moved into a second formation, so you can see there's a line of them in front as well, really sort of 2 lines to stop people getting anywhere near the building. So at the moment, the mood is noisy. It is reasonably good-natured, but it is also tense. And just a few minutes ago, we heard fireworks being set off. Didn't go on for long. Some fireworks were set off just to the left of us. Now, that's interesting because
I'm not sure what
a lot of this
fucking
unrest
thing, so.
sparked over the last week. We've been here for several days, and it's when those fireworks, those commercial-grade fireworks, are fired or are thrown at people, that's when the situation can turn. At the moment, it's okay, but also remember that the mayor, Karen Bass, pleaded with protesters this morning. She said, do not give the authorities any opportunity to move in, because remember, the National Guard and the Marines are here. None of them behest of the
Hostile
governor.
aircraft
The National
intrusion.
Guard are here because they were brought in by President Trump over Governor Newsom's head. Governor Newsom did manage to win a court case at the end of the week, which would return power back to him. But also then we saw the Ninth Circuit Court intervene, and it said that Donald Trump can keep control of the National Guard here in California until another case on Tuesday. So at the moment, remember, it is the weekend. People are off work. It's hot. Tempers are high. The big question
Oh
is
my
what will happen
goodness,
in the coming
dude.
hours, because as we have seen every day, when the crowds get bigger, when we get towards the evening hours, when the curfew kicks in, because we're still under curfew from 8 p.m. here, that's when things can go rapidly downhill.
Okay, Phil Lavelle, many thanks indeed for bringing us the scene there from Los Angeles. Sounds like we might have to be keeping a very close eye on events there over the next few hours. Well, 2 Democratic lawmakers in the U.S. state of Minnesota have been shot and killed. President Donald Trump condemned the violence and said it appears to be a targeted attack. Former House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband were killed inside their home in what authorities are calling a politically motivated assassination. A second lawmaker and his wife were also shot and wounded in their home. Local authorities say the suspect is still at large and was dressed as a police officer. Still ahead here on Al Jazeera. The report from inside a hospital in central Gaza, struggling to cope as Israel shoots dozens more Palestinians trying to reach a food distribution point.
Make sure you count with fingers. There might be missing one. So take my pinky. Just for fun. It's just for fun. Take the pinky, brother.
What are you doing now?
Israeli forces have placed the occupied West Bank under siege, sealing off the entrances of cities and villages with iron gates and concrete barriers. Movements have become severely restricted as Palestinians say they're caught in the crossfire of the Israel-Iran escalation. Lida Ibrahim has this report.
As life comes to a standstill in Israel, Palestinians in the occupied West Bank are under a lockdown. Not to protect them, they say, but to keep Israel's control over their lives. Israeli forces closed military checkpoints, installed new gates and cement blocks to restrict Palestinians' movement. Even ambulances are struggling to help patients.
Even when we are granted an Israeli military permission to move, we're detained at checkpoints for 3 to 4 hours before being allowed through. This morning, one woman stayed 3 hours at one checkpoint. The only way we can function now is by transferring patients from one ambulance car to another at these checkpoints.
This Israeli poster describes the closure as preemptive, saying that movement will be restricted until further notice. It reads,
Shocker.
Terror only brings death and destruction.
Movement will be restricted. Ain't that the story of our lives for the future?
In several areas across the occupied West Bank, Israeli soldiers
Not unless we
expelled
band
dozens
together
of
and do
families
something
from
about
their
this
homes,
shit, dude.
turning them into
This is
military
crazy.
positions. An Israeli assault
They
targeting
take our
3
money,
refugee
they
camps
throw us
in
into
Jenin
wars, they
and
kill
Tulkarem
us with
have
our
been
own money.
ongoing since January.
That's really what happens.
Israel increased the checkpoints and barriers in the West Bank from 600 to 900 since October the 7th. Now
Everything
they're
we're
using
watching
this
is
time to increase the lockdown on
fake
Palestinians,
free speech.
turning them into isolated cantons separated from one another.
Like these fucking people, they're not free. They're not free to protest.
Settlers continue attacking Palestinian homes and properties. Others exploit the siege.
This is
to
just
establish
managed,
and expand new
like a
immediate
managed
settlement
movie
outposts
scene.
like this one.
Most of these people get paid to come here. The rest of
Palestinians
them
say
come
they're
here to
caught
chase
between
clout.
the Iranian projectiles and Israeli
They walk down the
missiles
streets recording
intercepting
shit,
them.
and they try to get as many views as they can
They
from it.
witnessed interceptions in the sky without access to bomb shelters or any protection. Remnants of intercepted missiles caused dozens of injuries among Palestinians in the occupied West Bank. The Palestinian government says it's working to ensure the entry of food and fuel. With Israel controlling almost every aspect of their lives, Palestinians fear their government's ability to assist them is severely limited. Nida Ibrahim, Al Jazeera.
Alright guys, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. I will be right back.
Let's bring in some other news now, and Israel is
Like and
enforcing
subscribe while
a
I'm gone.
complete
Be right back.
lockdown across the occupied West Bank, severely restricting the movement of Palestinians. Soldiers have sealed off entrances to cities and villages using iron gates and mounds of dirt. All of this comes after Israel carried out waves of strikes across Iran. At least 58 Palestinians have been killed in a series of attacks across the Gaza Strip on Saturday. One of the latest strikes was on a group of civilians waiting for deliveries of flour near Gaza City. The Israeli military has repeatedly attacked Palestinians trying to get food, distributed by the controversial Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. The group is backed by Israel and the US and has been accused of weaponizing aid. Tara Kapoor-Zoom reports from Al-Aqsa Hospital in Deir al-Balah.
This is not a front line, and those people were not in a battlefield. Israel, in fact, today has killed approximately 15 Palestinians who were trying to collect humanitarian aid supplies from the controversial Gaza Humanitarian Foundation run aid distribution points, and over 125 others have been reported wounded. We can see that all beds in Al-Aqsa Hospital have been incredibly overwhelmed with casualties. The Gaza's health ministry said that they are unable to deal with the high rates of casualties on the ground. And at the moment, we are trying to understand more what has been done for all of aid seekers who have done in order to get aid supplies from these designated aid centers.
We went to get some humanitarian aid from the Americans because they are the ones who decide when to start giving us some food. We were attacked by the Israeli forces with snipers and tanks and quadcopters even before we could make it to the aid center. Some of us lost their legs and some others were killed.
I don't have any money to buy food, and we were told that the aid center will open. I went with my two sons to get some food. One of them got injured and the second one was killed, and I couldn't bring his body with me. I want someone to bring my son. The Israelis have deceived us in order to kill us the moment we arrive there.
The Israeli military, according to eyewitnesses, has used completely drones, tanks and bomber grenades in order to force those civilians to flee the area. They usually issued some sort of vague references to security threats, but according to eyewitness testimonies, they have been only going to these aid distribution centers for only one clear purpose, which is getting aid supplies. And apparently, the vast majority of all aid corridors that have been meant to deliver life-saving supplies have turned into a corridor of horrors. Tariq Abazoum, Al Jazeera, from inside the Al-Aqsa Hospital, Deir al-Balah, Palestine.
India's aviation regulator says all possible causes of a plane crash on Thursday are under investigation. Forensic teams are still looking for the Boeing 787 Dreamliner's cockpit voice recorder. A flight data recorder was recovered on Friday. The Air India jet crashed into a residential area in the western city of Ahmedabad just after takeoff. The airline's fleet of Boeing 787 aircraft is being inspected.
We also felt
צבע אדום, צבע אדום.
Hostile aircraft intrusion. Bet Yosef, Yardena. Neve Or.
אדום, צבע אדום. צבע אדום. צבע אדום.
Hostile aircraft intrusion. צבעים industrial zone.
צבע אדום.
Hostile aircraft intrusion. צבעים industrial zone.
צבע אדום. צבע אדום.
Hostile aircraft intrusion. מולדת. טייבה גלבוע. Hostile aircraft intrusion. מולדת. טייבה גלבוע.
צבע אדום. צבע אדום.
בית השיטה. רמת צבי. גזית. בית השיטה. רמת צבי. גזית.
چی شده بگو
צבע אדום. צבע אדום.
Hostile aircraft intrusion. נאורה. תמרה גלבוע. כפר מיסר.
צבע אדום.
אנדור. כפר קיש. אנדור. כפר קיש.
also president of the Silver Beach Neighborhood Association and the MNAC, is the MNAC representative. Please welcome them. Good afternoon, Bellingham.
Firstly, can it do that? And secondly, what impact might it have on global trade?
This is a threat that is a major form of deterrent, and it's a threat that Iran has made but obviously never put into action. The view is this would sort of strangle the global economy, have massive economic impacts, and it's a very, as you laid out, a very small body of water, so the type of sabotage necessary to make that a choke point, I think Iran likely does have, and it would be a difficult thing to prevent and prevent Iran from making that decision if Iran makes that decision. So, we're seeing sort of the checklist of bad things that people have warned about for years about what this war could look like, potentially coming into reality. And the Strait of Hormuz would be I think, an action that would probably in a lot of world leaders' minds and in the U.S. minds, it would be something that would then be used to say, okay, now you need to help get involved and support the Israelis against the Iranians.
And we're seeing the situation escalate so rapidly. What might have to happen to push Iran to make this decision to choke off the Hormuz Strait?
I think the view is, Israel hit Iran and will not stop hitting Iran until they decide to, or if Iran is somehow able to stop them. So if that is indeed the way this is going, if the United States or other powers that have the ability to restrain Israel don't force that action, and Netanyahu is convinced that the more Iran is able to actually do destruction inside of Israel, the more maneuverability he has to expand the war and leverage that to bring other actors in. So I think that the problem is the incentive structure is very bad, and for Netanyahu, he does not have a lot of incentive to stop this action. I think for the Iranians, it's a matter of them calculating what do they want to do in retaliation. Is there a risk of them bringing outside powers in against them? How do they increase the deterrent effect of what they're doing without actually enlarging the war in a way that would really be bad for them?
What is available to Iran in terms of its retaliation? Because tonight, for example, we've seen a second wave of missiles being flown from Iran to Israel, some of them making impact. What else is available to the country?
Beyond conventional methods and the ballistic missiles and the hypersonic missiles, that I think we have not fully seen the extent of the damage that could be done and may be done. There's also, along those, in that framework, there is the targeting of, civilian infrastructure, economic infrastructure, something that the Israelis have now opened the box, Pandora's box to, by attacking Iranian energy facilities. And so that's sort of an enlargement. There's also, there's a lot of talk about how boxed in the axis of resistance is at this point, and I think that's very true. However, asymmetric warfare and both the use of proxies and even, using proxies outside of the region, if this expands, those are the things that I worry about, and I think that we still see the escalation ladder We're still a few rungs away from some of these kind of nightmare scenarios that we're talking about, but rapidly we are climbing up that ladder, and so that's why, you know, when it's Trump or whoever it needs to be, at this point, nobody is saying no to Netanyahu. The E3 has completely caved and made this supposedly an act of self-defense in their eyes. So unless somebody's going to restrain Netanyahu and finally tell him no, I see those rungs of the ladder quickly approaching.
Jamal Abdi, very interesting indeed to get your views there from Washington, D.C. Thanks very much for joining us.
My pleasure.
Still ahead here on Al Jazeera. A parade is underway celebrating the anniversary of the U.S. military. Whilst many Americans take the opportunity to protest against President Trump's policies.
Al Jazeera, wherever you are.
China's leaders promised economic prosperity in exchange for tight control over the country's population. But is that a
I'm like, this baby motherfucker better not blow up my nuclear shit, or I'm gonna go loco on this bitch. And then he blows up all my nuclear shit, and I'm like, call my generals! And they tell me, they're all dead, sir. And I'm like, assemble the army! And they're like, they're dead too, sir. So then I'm like, launch the friggin' missiles! And they're like, sir, they're gone, sir. So I'm like, what the fuck?
Beep, 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 beep.
צבע אדום. צבע אדום.
Hostile aircraft intrusion. Yardena.
אדום.
Hostile aircraft intrusion. Yardena.
צבע אדום. צבע אדום.
Bet Yosef. Bet Yosef. Neve Or. Neve Or.
צבע אדום. צבע אדום.
Hostile aircraft intrusion. צבעים industrial zone.
צבע אדום. צבע אדום.
Hostile aircraft intrusion. צבעים industrial zone.
צבע אדום. צבע אדום.
גשר. אשדוד יעקב איחוד. בית שאן. מעוז חיים. שדה נחום. חמדיה. גשר. אשדוד יעקב איחוד. בית שאן. מעוז חיים. שדה נחום. חמדיה.
צבע אדום, צבע אדום.
Hostile aircraft intrusion. כפר רופין. מעוז חיים.
אדום, צבע אדום.
Hostile aircraft.
צבע אדום, צבע אדום.
נווה איתן. בית שאן. חמדיה. חמדיה.
צבע אדום, צבע אדום.
Hostile aircraft intrusion. עין הנציב.
צבע אדום, צבע אדום.
Hostile air. Alarm. כפר רופין. נווה איתן. מעוז חיים. Hostile aircraft intrusion. שדה אליהו. כפר רופין. נווה איתן. מעוז חיים. Hostile aircraft intrusion. שדה אליהו. רחוב. שלוחות. חוות עדן. תל תאומים. רשפים. רחוב. שלפים. שלוחות. חוות עדן. תל תאומים. רשפים. שלפים. מסילות. שדה תרומות. רוויה. מסילות. שדה תרומות. רוויה.
צבע אדום, צבע אדום.
ניר דוד.
צבע אדום, צבע אדום.
ניר דוד.
צבע אדום, צבע אדום.
מעלה גלבוע.
צבע אדום, צבע אדום.
מעלה גלבוע. מירב.
צבע אדום, צבע אדום.
בית אלפא אין הפטיבה. בית אלפא אין הפטיבה.
צבע אדום, צבע אדום.
שדה נחום. אלארם. חולון. מקווה ישראל. אור יהודה. יהוד מונוסון. תל אביב, Southern City and Jaffa. תל אביב איסט. סביון. רמת גן איסט. אלעד. קריית אונו. תל אביב סנטר. גבעתיים. מקווה ישראל. רמת גן ווסט. יהוד מונוסון. גבעת שמואל. ראש העין. תל אביב ירקון בנקס. סביון. פתח תקווה. רמת גן איסט. רמת השרון. אלעד. קריית אונו. תל אביב סנטר וגליל ים. הרצליה ווסט. כפר סבא. כפר שמריהו. רעננה. נס ציונה. רמלה. באר יעקב. ראשון לציון איסט. לוד. ראשון לציון ווסט. שוהם. בת ים. גן שלמה. רחובות. סיטריה. גיבטון. פלמחים.
צבע אדום,
ראשון
צבע
לציון איסט.
אדום.
לוד. אפק לב הארץ אינדסטריאל זון. כפר קאסם. בת ים. ג'לג'וליה. גן שלמה. רחובות. גן חיים. סיטריה. יד גיבטון. גינזה. Hostile aircraft intrusion. מלכישוע rehabilitation ג'לג'וליה. שדה חמד. גאליה. גן כפר הנגיד. יד רמב"ם. גינזה. Hostile aircraft intrusion. מלכישוע rehabilitation village. אלארם. גאליה. כפר הנגיד.
צבע אדום, צבע אדום.
כפר בילו. רמות מאיר. גני הדר. נען. אלקנה. אורנית. שערי תקווה. חורשים. כפר ברה. נירית. ירחיב. רמות מאיר. נווה ימין. אלפי מנשה. צופית. אלקנה. שדה וורבורג. שערי תקווה. ניר אליהו. כפר ברה. אייל. בני ציון. רמת הכובש. נווה ימין. חרוצים. משמרת. חירות. יקום. בית כפר הס. ניר תל יצחק. תלמון. אייל. וינגייט אינסטיטוט. אודים. בית יהושע. בני דרור. כפר עבודה. השרון פרזן. טירה אינדסטריאל זון.
צבע אדום, צבע אדום.
Alarm. גדרה, יבנה, מודיעין, ערוגות, כפר אחים, אחווה, תלמי יחיאל, חצור, גן יבנה, ביצרון, גן הדרום, בני דרום, ניר גלים, אשדוד, Northern Industrial Zone, בני דרום, Compound, לוזית, עגור, תימורים, Industrial Zone, אל-עזי, שדות מיכה, אישי, גן יבנה, ביצרון, עזריקם, שתולים, אשדוד, ג' ו' ז', אשדוד, א', ב', ד', ה', תימורים, עין צורים, בית עזרא, גבעתי, קריית מלאכי, אמונים, אורות, שדה עוזיהו, עזריקם, שתולים, אשדוד, ג' ו' ז', אשדוד, א', ב', ד', ה', עין צורים, בית עזרא, גבעתי, עזר, עד הלום, אינדסטריאל זון, אשדוד, י"א, י"ב, ט"ו, י"ז, מודיעין, אשדוד, ח', ט', י', י"ג, י"ד, ט"ז, הרטוב, צורעה, אינדסטריאל, בית מאיר, מסילת ציון, מבוא חורון, עופרים, כפר רות, שילת, לפיד, כפר האורנים, חשמונאים, מודיעין עילית, מתתיהו, שויבה, נעלה, נחל, אשתאול, בית מאיר, שורש, נטף, בית אריה, בית שמש, מחסיה, נס הרים, כסלון, רמת רזיאל, צובע, גבעת יערים, עין רפא, שויבה, עין נקובה, נווה אילן, יד השמיים, קריית יערים, אבו גוש, בית נקופה, קריית ענבים, מעלה החמישה, הר אפרים, צופים, כוכב יאיר, צור יגאל, צור יצחק, צור נתן, אבן יהודה, בן ור, עזריאל, כפר יעבד, יעף, עין סריה, עין צבאל, עין גור, מבשרת ציון, מוצא עילית, נבי סמואל, טייבה, כפר נטע, פורת, ווסט, בר גיורא, נתניה, איסט, נתניה סנטרל, Mishur Adam Industrial Zone, נופי פרת, כפר אדומים, אלמון, גבע בנימין, שער אינדסטריאל זון, כוכב מגרון, שילה, ים, מגדלים, שבות רחל, מעלה מכמס, עופרה, גבעת הראל and גבעת הרי, גבעת מסע, עמיחי, מטה, קדימה, צורן, Jerusalem, Adarad Industrial Area, Jerusalem, כפר עקב, איתמר, הר ברכה, סלעית, בר-און אינדסטריאל זון, שבי שומרון, אבני חפץ, עינב, בית ניר, צפרירים, אדרת, גבעת ישעיה, צמיגים, ליאון, נווה מיכאל, מרגלית, אביעזר, נתיב הל"ה, מצליח, רמב"ם, נשר אינדסטריאל זון, רמב"ם, חולון, מקווה ישראל, אור יהודה, יהוד מונוסון, תל אביב, סאדרן סיטי וג'אפה, תל אביב איסט, סביון, רמת גן איסט, אלעד, קריית אונו, תל אביב סנטרל, גבעתיים, רמת גן ווסט, בני ברק, גבעת שמואל, ראש
אדום. צבע אדום.
טל מנשה. ריחן.
צבע אדום. צבע אדום.
Hostile aircraft intrusion. חרמש.
צבע אדום. צבע אדום.
פארוק. מצפה אילן. תקסיר. ערערה. עין אל סעד. בקעה דוד. מצר. חביש. אל תפוחו. אל עליין. רפח.
צבע אדום. צבע אדום.
מייסר. פרחר. שער מנהל. גבעת חביבה. מעניק. ברקאי. מועאוויה.
والامر الان ينقل للساده المشاهدين المشهد كما شاهدت وانا موجود على سطح منزلي لاول مره منذ بدايه هذه الحرب وشاهدت الكثير من والمشاهد كثافه الصواريخ مثل هذه اللحظه. السماء كلها مغطاه بالصواريخ الى الساحل الى تل ابيب واعتقد انها التفجيرات التي سمعناها ايضا كانت في مركز.
צבע אדום. צבע אדום.
טירת צבי.
Looks highly complicated as both sides are talking about their intention to increase attacks. But how future could unfurl is something for which we have to wait and see. Khalid Asadi, Al Jazeera. Tehran.
Our Israeli forces have crossed the occupied West Bank.
צבע אדום. צבע אדום.
Telltale me. רחוב. סוגי תרומות.
אדום. צבע אדום.
רוויה.
צבע אדום. צבע אדום.
Alarm. גאליה. כפר הנגיד. רחובות. חולון. מקווה ישראל. אור יהודה. יהוד מונוסון. Tel Aviv, Southern City and Jaffa. Tel Aviv East. Savion. Ramat Gan East. Elad. Kiryat Ono. Tel Aviv Center. Givatayim. Ramat Gan West. Bnei Brak. Givat Shmuel. Rosh Ha'ayin. Petach Tikva. Kfar Kasem. Modi'in. Nes Tziona. Ramla. Be'er Yaakov. Rishon LeZion East. Lod. Rishon LeZion West. Shoham. Bat Yam. Lapid. Kfar Moronim. Modi'in Ilit.
צבע אדום. צבע אדום.
Hostile aircraft intrusion. Ma'oz Chaim. Neve Etan.
צבע אדום. צבע אדום.
Hostile aircraft intrusion. בית שאן.
צבע אדום. צבע אדום.
עין הנציב. שדה אליהו.
צבע אדום. צבע אדום.
תל תאומים. שלוחות. חוות עדן. רשפים. שלפים. רחוב.
צבע אדום. צבע אדום.
מסילות. שדה תשומות.
צבע אדום. צבע אדום.
רוויה. ניר דוד.
צבע אדום. צבע אדום.
שדה נחום.
צבע אדום. צבע אדום.
אלארם. שלוחות. חוות עדן. עין הנציב. רשפים. שלפים. בית שאן.
צבע אדום. צבע אדום.
Hostile aircraft intrusion. מעלה גלבוע. מירב. בית אלפא אין הפטיבה. מלכישוע Rehabilitation Village.
beau. C'est beau. C'est beau. C'est beau. C'est beau. C'est beau. C'est beau.
Seva Adom. Seva Adom.
Hostile aircraft intrusion.
Seva Adom. Seva Adom.
Shaked. Chinanit.
Seva Adom. Seva Adom.
Shaked. Chinanit.
Seva Adom. Seva Adom.
Mevodotan.
Seva Adom. Seva Adom.
Rechan.
Absolutely. In other words, speaking out of both sides of its mouth. That is the big challenge here.
Seva Adom. Seva Adom.
Hostile aircraft intrusion. Hermish. Bartok.
צבע אדום. צבע אדום.
Hostile aircraft intrusion. מצפה אילן. חריש.
צבע אדום. צבע אדום.
אל קטוף. באקה ערבי. מצר. מייסיר.
צבע אדום. צבע אדום.
מענית.
צבע אדום. צבע אדום.
גבעת חביבה. שער מנשה.
צבע אדום. צבע אדום.
מאור. עין שמר.
צבע אדום. צבע אדום.
גן השומרון.
צבע אדום. צבע אדום.
תלמי אלעזר.
DC does not want you! You, sir, assume sunglasses!
יואו! תראה את הכביש, דפוק. תראה את הכביש. יואו! יואו! תראה את הכביש, דפוק. תראה את הכביש.
situation right now, it seems extraordinarily chaotic. A very far cry from what we saw earlier today with crowds moving in unison, chanting, placards, and a message. It seems that it's different right now. And you've seen all these different kinds of sort of personal defenses that people have built. They use boogie boards, and they've got helmets and respirators to try to clash with law enforcement here. And right now it definitely does seem to be a lull, but you can see this skirmish line from the Sheriff's Department right here. They are in full riot gear with respirators and gas masks on right now. It gives you a sense of the intensity. I think in the distance you can hear more skirmishes. I'm not sure where that is. And right behind us, another line of LAPD. There are probably at least 1,000 officers in the streets right now. That's what Chief McDonald told me earlier this week, in the sense of how many forces they're deploying. And right now, it definitely seems like a lull. But we were on, I guess it was Temple earlier when this started, and we did not see protesters throw projectiles at police. It seemed like the LAPD initiated moving the crowd back with those mounted police, and that's when we saw some protesters begin to throw projectiles, bottles, using sticks against those mounted officers, and that's when it got really ugly. And it's been like that for the past, I guess, 90 minutes or so, Sophie.
Yeah, Matt, we've been working to see where that began as well, because we saw the law enforcement move in, the dispersal order given, but we hadn't seen anything. The LAPD says they came under attack. Yeah, go ahead. You didn't see that either.
We were standing right there at the skirmish line with the protesters, taunting, yes, shouting, yes, but we saw no physical interaction between protesters and the LAPD on that skirmish line just off the 101. Nor did we see any physical interaction between protesters and federal forces, the Department of Homeland Security, law enforcement agents, California National Guard, or the Marines at the federal building, which is just over my right shoulder. So we did not hear them say at any point on a bullhorn or otherwise that this was an unlawful assembly and people should vacate. It may have been said elsewhere. We personally, my team at ABC, did not hear that. So that was nebulous today, and I think it was different than the previous days when law enforcement, specifically the LAPD, was very declarative, very assertive about unlawful assembly, ordering people out, giving them a warning, giving them 5 extra minutes, and then moving in. You know, in the past days, it's been very clear what the parameters were. It was very clear when they were going to move in. Today it came very much as a surprise, Jerry. So
yeah, absolutely. Okay, Matt Gutman, thank you. You said they're in a lull. We like the lulls. Let's hope it continues into the night. And again, questions to be answered, where this began, where it was that those LAPD officers came under fire from those bricks and rocks and the bottles that they say started this dispersal order.
But we did see some law enforcement on the move from Tim Caputo's camera. We also saw some of those mounted officers. Tim, what are you seeing from your vantage point right now?
You guys talked about things getting accelerated fairly quickly. This is a situation where we saw LAPD move up the street, and you can see the line of LAPD officers here. And check it out, mounted, not moved up to the intersection of Temple and Main itself. Main was where we saw those flashbangs, where we saw that tear gas a short time ago as the crowd was starting to make its way down Temple Street. Look at the stark contrast of it right now. You see up at the top of the street there at Spring Street, it is full of LAPD officers as well. This is kind of the tactic that they were using when it came to showing an showing officers out here. Came out here in numbers, and officers with LAPD were flanked alongside the Sheriff's Department as well. The Sheriff's Department were the ones that would go back and forth with this crowd with the flashbangs and tear gas, and just in the last 15 minutes or so, that's when LAPD moved up the street from Aliso to Temple Street, and they have been able to move this crowd back at least from this intersection. We saw them completely packed from here all the way up to the top of the street. We got tear gas at both intersections. Right now, it is full of LAPD and Sheriff's Department. Whether or not they are going to move farther up the street and continue to disperse this crowd remains to be seen, but they assembled very quickly here. There were a handful of officers that were just about halfway up the block near Aliso Street, and then all of a sudden, they came up shoulder to shoulder up the street, and you hear them giving the dispersal order as they moved up the street, and boy, did that crowd disperse. They moved out of here and up the street. They didn't even have to use tear gas or any kind of flashbangs. It's just all of these officers in their tactical gear. You may see a couple flags, a couple lingering people at this point. It was thousands 30, 35 minutes ago. So obviously this tactic of all of these officers coming out here to try to clear the streets has worked. It doesn't mean the crowd is gone. Obviously they are moving farther back, but I can tell you just from listening, I haven't heard a flag for the last 10, 15 minutes. I haven't heard any tear gas canisters go off. So it seems to be working. Obviously, we have several more hours until we hit curfew, and there are a lot of people out in the street. Just exactly how CHP, the Sheriff's Department, LAPD, kind of tackles that issue when it comes to arresting and detaining those people who are out after curfew remains to be seen. There have been several hundred people over the last several nights who are out 8:15, 8:30 that were easily taken into custody. Not as easy when you have 5,000, 10,000 people leaving in the streets. Hopefully, this is a sign of things to come as police officers show the power of the numbers by coming out here and getting the crowd to move on.
Right hand the screen there, officers moving protesters. And Tim, is it clear to you where these officers are trying to move these protesters, or is the message just go home? It's time to go home today as that curfew approaches.
So I'm thinking back to Sunday night when we were out here, right? I mean, obviously the big thing that they pay attention to, especially CHP, is to ensure people don't get onto the 101. We saw that way earlier this afternoon when they moved that line of CHP to the other side of the 101. On this side, obviously, there's a whole big city on the opposite side of where we're standing. And typically what we've seen over the last week, essentially every night, is as they fill, police officers and sheriff's deputies fill every intersection with officers, with the mounted patrol, with the tactical vehicles, the crowd gets smaller and smaller. They disperse and they kind of move around. So it's not one centralized group, which makes it a little bit easier. And here we go, right on cue. They are moving up Main Street as we speak. You see LAPD working its way up the street. Look, come up that bench for a second. Take an easy step there. I just want to show you as they're going, because if you look past these officers, don't go too far on this bullshit. So if you look beyond the officers down the street, you could start to see the semblance of some of the flags another block up. And you ask perfect question and perfect timing for that. As they're moving up the street, they are systematically moving them from City Hall and out farther into the city. The hope there, to a large degree, obviously, is as the crowd moves back, some people tail off, some people decide it's time to go home, some people just get out of Dodge, and they have a smaller crowd to deal with. So when 8 o'clock and curfew finally rolls around, it is a manageable crowd, and hopefully everyone is gone so they don't have to make mass amounts of arrests for folks breaking curfew.
Yeah, we will see how this plays out. Tim, thank you. We hope that calm prevails here moving into the night. A couple big events happening around Los Angeles. There is a big CONCACAF Gold Cup match happening at, I believe, in Inglewood, and there is a Dodger game tonight. And in fact, let's go back up to Air 7. Marcel Melanson, our up in Air 7 photographer up there, also has to deal with flight restriction that might be put into place this evening because of the Dodger game. So first, Marcel, what are you seeing from your vantage point as we see officers now moving in once again?
Well, this was the site of that last conflict where we saw where the smoke bombs were going off and the flashbangs. What they've done is LAPD and both sheriffs basically reinforced their lines. We saw a number of officers show up to help those officers that were holding the intersection, including this mounted patrol. Now they've come in and they're just pushing this crowd back beyond City Hall. They're going southbound right now. And this was where before there were basically a number of protesters that were in conflict and they were agitating the police or coming in conflict with the police. And now with the people that they've got to support them, they had some more police come, they're able to push them back, and they're not really getting any type of resistance from them. What I will show you is City Hall, in front of City Hall, still has a number of people there. Now, we're listening to the police on the radio. They're also trying to do the same maneuver in front of City Hall. They're coming in from the north to the south, and we're starting to see some of this crowd disperse to the south as well. So basically, you think about strategy and tactics. They're coming in, they're going to move people away to the south and hope they disperse and kettle them to the point where they're giving them a way out, but they're going to stop these conflicts in these areas. And you're right, Jory, 6:10 is when the Dodgers game starts. That's when a temporary flight restriction happens, and that's when the news helicopters and all the helicopters over LA will have to push out for that game.
Marcel, I'm wondering if we could just Thank you for that report. If we can dip into Matt Gutman's camera, he is live on the ground, and as officers on horseback move in, we just saw a couple people, I think, get knocked over by the horses as they are moving in to try and clear this crowd out. It sounds as if someone has been affected by some tear gas in the area, but these officers continue to move in. And this is what our reporters on the ground have been seeing all afternoon now from different locations around the City Hall area. Tim Caputo initially was on the other side of the 101 freeway, where officers from CHP had actually moved in to keep people off the overpass and from affecting the 101 freeway. This is now on the south side of the 101 freeway in downtown around City Hall. Officers moving in. We've seen tear gas and now on horseback clear these crowds.
And all throughout the day, we've shown you no King's Day protests. Of course, a massive one in downtown LA, but we've seen them in Santa Monica. And we want to go to Riverside now, where that's where we find our Eyewitness News reporter Rob McMillan, who is live on the ground at a protest again in Riverside. Rob, you know, a lot going on in downtown LA, but what are you seeing over there in Riverside?
Well, this protest here just starting to take off, unlike the situation in downtown Los Angeles, where that massive No King's Day protest started around 9:30, 10 o'clock this morning. This protest just starting around 5:30 tonight. And at first, they were all gathered around one of the main intersections here in Riverside. And what they would do is just standing on the sidewalks, wait till the crossing lights would go. It was one of those intersections where it's a diagonal crosswalk, and that's when they would move into the street and, you know, waving their signs, not blocking any traffic. But now, as you can see, they have moved into the street. They're walking down one of these small streets here in downtown Riverside, right in front of Riverside City Hall. I just checked with the Riverside Police Department, and they say at this point there are no signs of any violence, but a very, very large crowd. For those who have not been following this situation locally here in Riverside, there was a protest yesterday that they were actually a little bit more concerned about because it was just so organic. That was an anti-ICE protest. Only about 200 people showed up, although there was a counter-protester who showed up at that one and said something to agitate the crowd, and then actually led police on a small pursuit, and they found a weapon in his vehicle. He was arrested, and it's unclear whether or what the intentions were with that weapon. But this protest obviously much larger, hundreds if not thousands of people here marching now in downtown Riverside. Again, the police department saying at this point there's no sign of violence. Obviously they moved into the street, and so they're blocking traffic. But right now they are continuing to monitor the situation through the city camera system. I understand they have drones overhead. We have talked to several of the people here. The three people who I talked with so far, two from Riverside, one from Burupa Valley nearby, very concerned about some of the ice raids that we've all witnessed in San Francisco or so. Also, this being the theme of No Kings, we see the sign here. A lot of them very upset by their perception that this administration has authoritarian tendencies. Again, that's their perception, but one they feel very strongly about. Live in Riverside, Rob McMillan, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Okay, our Inland Empire Bureau Chief Rob McMillan on the ground there in Riverside, where things remain peaceful. Let's hope it remains there that way there, because it is not the case in Los Angeles, in downtown, where things, once again, tensions are rising, confrontations are happening, and we go back to Tim Caputo live on the ground. We can see on the right side, that is his picture right now. Tim.
Guys, it is like a firing squad here. If you look, actually those blue, Will, to the left here, you can see they keep reloading those non-lethal rounds right here in front of you. There's a dozen in her hands right there. And you could hear them firing into that crowd right in front of City Hall, right here on Spring Street. Check it out over here. I just want to show you from this angle here, because it is a barrage, one after another, of these LAPD officers firing these non-lethal kind of blue. They're like foam. They don't shoot rubber bullets anymore, but essentially foam non-lethal bullets into the crowd here. We actually spoke with a young man a short time ago who was hitting a collarbone by one of those. Listen, they don't necessarily break the skin, but we did see last week when we were in Compton, a guy who got hit like 3 or 4 times, had huge welts and was bleeding at least from one of them. And what you're seeing now, check out to the right here too. Look at this show of force. There are so many LAPD officers at this intersection here. We showed you a little bit earlier what was happening up the street as they moved the crowd back, and what you're seeing right here is this line of officers trying to get this crowd that is packed in front of the steps of City Hall at least to move back or move out of the area. There is, come back this way too, this is unbelievable. There are 25, 30 different LAPD officers standing in that line right here, and what they're doing is you have, you see the box there, they keep reloading essentially with those non-lethal beanbags, they're not beanbags rather, they are foam bullets, and firing into the crowd. There is a line of these officers right here on Spring Street at the top of Temple, and to the left, there are a lot of people just still standing there, and I can tell you, just based on the people that we've spoken to who have been hit by those non-lethal, they pack a punch. They're obviously going to leave a big bruise and a big mark, and they are firing them right into the crowd to try to get them to move back. Obviously different tactics we've seen from the Sheriff's Department down the street over on Main, who for a while were shooting the tear gas and shooting those flashbangs above the crowd to try to get them to move back. Here comes LAPD coming up the street here. We're kind of in the bushes at the moment, so we should be okay. As they're firing down, sorry guys, I'm just going to get my bearings real quick. As LAPD is moving the line a little bit. Yep, we'll take a step back. Taking heat from these officers as well to make sure we're in a safe spot as they continue to move. Check to my right here. And we'll come to the right here real quick as they're moving down the street. Watch your step, guys, we're walking backwards. As they're moving. Obviously a handful of protesters being asked to move, and in other cases being forced to move out of the area. This is a confrontation here with one individual who has been hanging out on Temple Street and kind of mocking and yelling at both deputies and LAPD officers for quite some time. They got him out of the way, but as we're standing, it sounds like there are some sort of motorcycles and mopeds kind of burning out in the street in front of City Hall. This is what we're dealing with, is we have this line of LAPD officers continuing to fire those non-lethal rounds right into the crowd. But I can tell you guys, from my vantage point, it doesn't seem like it's necessarily moving the crowd farther back as they would continue to fire into the crowd. It's whether or not they're able to actually get them to move farther up the street or up into the park and up the hill remains to be seen. But if you're wondering if LAPD brought enough officers out here to deal with this crowd, I can tell you just from this intersection alone and the number of these non-lethal rounds we've seen and heard fired into the crowd, it seems like they came prepared.
Thank you, and stay safe. Thanks for that reporting on the ground. We want to stay with your picture, but we want to bring in law enforcement expert Bruce Thomas. Bruce, some of these images that we have seen include a lot of law enforcement and multiple rounds of non-lethal rubber bullets, foam bullets, as Tim was saying. What do you make of the situation that you see right now? Because it does appear as though it has escalated since we last spoke with you.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. It's definitely escalated into a huge confrontation. LAPD and sheriffs with their skirmish lines are trying to move the crowd. They're not moving, so they're using their lethal weaponry to move the crowd. Eventually they'll bring in the horses to move them, and possibly bring in the motor units that I know are staged further down by the federal building. But yeah, it's definitely a tipping point.
For so many people to show up for this peaceful protest today. Again, as we've mentioned, this has taken a turn, but we also know that there are National Guard troops, there are Marines in the ground in our city as well. Just for our viewers, just because there is a distinction here, can you talk to us a little bit about what those federal agents' job is and what our local law enforcement's job is today?
Yeah, what you're seeing is, and what everybody recognizes, is LAPD. They're in the black, the dark navy blue uniforms, if you were. They are being supported under mutual aid by the LA County Sheriff's Department, which has brought in some of their mobile field forces. The National Guard and the Federal Protective Police are tasked with protecting the federal property, i.e. the Metropolitan Detention Center, the federal building downtown, and the federal building in Westwood on Wilshire Boulevard. Then you have the Marines, which are backing up the National Guard. both agencies, National Guard and Marines, typically, and they shouldn't be on the streets of LA patrolling or doing crowd control. They're basically force protection units.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, what we see on the ground right now, for the Tim Caputo shot, we see those officers in the black, that's LAPD. That's who has now reloaded those non-lethal rounds, and we also saw sheriffs right behind them as well.
Yeah, you see the officers are directing people to leave, to disperse, to get out of the street, and that's when they want to do this now, rather than wait to curfew and possibly try to do this under the cover of darkness.
Bruce, you have a long history of working in law enforcement, almost 3 decades with the LA County Sheriff's Department. I do want to ask you a question based on something our viewers might have caught here in a little bit. We saw Matt Gutman of ABC News' camera. He was being pushed back by some of the officers, and there's been kind of a fine line that officers and Sheriff's Department officials have walked in terms of dealing with members of the media. This is a precarious situation. There is a lot of media out there, some of them with TV, a lot of print, a lot of still photographers who are right up on the front lines there. How, I'm sure every situation is different, but how tough is it when you're out there and you have kind of unmarked reporters just in plain clothes, t-shirts, not wearing a suit and tie like we sometimes are in this field, dealing with that situation of media in your face and on the streets when you're trying to control a crowd like this?
Yeah, Jory, it's a great question. It's a real tough challenge for law enforcement. Media typically, like you said, they have a matter of dress. In a situation like this, they're more casual. We would like to see some sort of maybe tactical vest, traffic control vest that says press, says media on it. We've seen it in some of the, for lack of a better word, the war zones that we've seen, where reporters are there. Also, we understand they have a job to do. Sometimes they do get in the way of it because they want to get the live shot or the money shot or the report right from the action. And that's where it becomes a problem for law enforcement.
We want to go back to Tim Caputo. Bruce, thank you so much for your time. But on the left side of your screen is you're seeing Tim Caputo's live picture there. He was just told to put on his mask. That is from law enforcement.
You can see those officers doing that as well behind him.
Yeah.
We have Tim.
Yeah, real quick, guys, I just want to give you a sense of what's happening here as you see this huge kind of staging area here at the top of Temple and Spring Street, even with the tactical officers and deputies up on the trucks there. We were just told a short time ago by a nice officer who let us know, go ahead and put your mask on if you have one. It seems as though as they were shooting those non-lethal rounds into the crowd, they are now taking a different tactic by the Sheriff's Department, something we saw down on Main Street itself. The LAPD, which had lined up on the street here, shooting those non-lethal rounds into the crowd, have now been replaced by the LA County Sheriff's Department, and we know from what we've seen this afternoon, it is a bit of a different tactic. Take a step back here, hold on. That they are using the tear gas to shoot into the crowd. Not to say that the non-lethal rounds weren't effective, but I can tell you from the 2 times we were hit from it, that gas certainly works. And the tear gas itself likely going to be shot into this crowd in front of these steps of City Hall. Show to the left here a little bit so you get a sense of where we are. Obviously, you have law enforcement in front of the steps of City Hall. The crowd itself is on Spring Street. They haven't moved since they were moved up a little bit from where they were on the 101 and down where they were on Main Street. Now the Sheriff's Department lining up, getting their masks on, putting their helmets on, and getting ready what is, to my understanding, is about to shoot some tear gas into the crowd. And boy, I got to tell you, it's going to be tough because there's a lot of people in that crowd, and those people are going to get hit hard with that tear gas. But this, at this point, is an inevitability as the police departments here, both LAPD and the Sheriff's Department, have tried for the last at least 30 minutes to get this crowd to move off of Spring Street out in front of City Hall. They just have not done that. So now here in a matter of moments, we're about to have what believes to be tear gas shot into this crowd.
Tim, just because we've seen a few different vantage points here today, can you give our viewers a bit of a scene setter again, exactly where you are, how far City Hall is from you?
Yeah, look up, bro. Okay, City Hall is right next to us. So we're on the north side of City Hall. We're on Temple Street that goes uphill to Spring Street. We actually walked over Spring Street. It was not blocked by CHP, one of the few blocks that wasn't. Main Street, Los Angeles, and Alameda were all blocked by CHP. Much of the crowd actually moved up to Spring Street itself. Some of them were working their way down Temple Street. That's where we saw some of the skirmishes, where they were shooting the flashbangs, and where the mounted sheriff's deputies were. They are now, where'd they go? Up the street a little bit here behind me. But so we're next to City Hall, and this crowd is in front of City Hall on Spring Street. The sheriff's deputies are standing right at the intersection of Temple and Spring Street. And we're going to give it a second here, because it seems like in any second they're going to start firing this tear gas into the crowd. They have, and here we go. This is where it begins, and where they really start to move the crowd back. Those are flashbangs, a combination of flashbangs and the tear gas, and look how effective that is. Flashbangs are the ones going off above the crowd. They are loud gun as well. Hitting those are a little bit more centralized. Oh, from right over my shoulder. Yeah, he's behind me. But they are shooting into the crowd, both the tear gas and the flashbangs from above, and you see kind of the effectiveness when it gets to pushing that crowd back. Sophie, you had asked a little while ago, well, what's the plan? Where are they sending them? At the moment, not right here. So that's the purpose of this, is like I said, as they start to move the crowd back and disperse the crowd away from where it's the most congregated, the most packed, the hope is a handful of people peel off, a handful of people go home, and the crowd gets smaller and smaller to the point where it's less to deal with for these officers. But I can tell you, between the Sheriff's Department and the LAPD, there is a whole host of law enforcement out here at this intersection firing that tear gas and those flashbangs into the crowd. There's a toss from the crowd. That one went off right there, pushing it back as the Sheriff's Department's moving up. Let's move up with it here, Will. Let's just get to the corner here real quick, just to show you as police are moving up. One thing to keep in mind, Will, that's far enough, is when you get some of these officers as they're moving up, you occasionally get projectiles thrown back at police as the tear gas and as the flashbangs are going off. There's a water bottle being thrown at police. And what you're seeing is the sheriff's deputies are the first ones in the line here, moving the crowd up, specifically with the tear gas, oftentimes with those flashbangs, and a combination of those two, definitely pushing the crowd back from City Hall. They did have barricades up. Yeah. And it looks like they have someone in custody right here in front of us, someone who clearly didn't move back. Of course, we can't see or didn't see exactly what this person did. We got you. And we are keeping a decent distance. Here comes that tear gas in our direction. That's not ideal. But what they're doing is, as they push this crowd back to one street up, excuse me. As they push the crowd back.
All right, Tim.
One street up, and it is a very effective way to move the crowd. And certainly, depending on the direction the wind is moving, it is a very effective way to move that crowd. And as they move up the street, we're going to take a step back and catch our breath.
Yeah. Tim, to get your breath, this is David Onum sitting in for Jory Rand right now, along with Sophie. Great reporting, Tim, of Tim Caputo's camera. They have been overcome with the tear gas. This obviously is Air 7. So let's get to Marcel Melanson, who's been overhead. And Marcel, you've been seeing what's been transpiring. You saw the flash bangs, the tear gas. What effect is it having on the crowd?
David, basically the crowd was not moving until those measures were introduced. We had a large crowd in front of City Hall. That was probably the largest contingency left around downtown as we looked around here. And once the sheriffs moved in and they began to use the tear gas, immediately the crowd reacted so fast. I mean, they moved out of here with a quickness. You still have a couple of agitators that are in there that are throwing tear gas back at the officers, but for the most part, the large crowd that was here just a few moments ago has now scattered throughout Grand Park and more south on Spring Street. So definitely an effective way to get them out of here. You can see as I tilted the camera and pan over here to Grand Park, you see a number of protesters that are making their way out of here where they just were not leaving prior to that.
Clearly, it's having some effect. And Sophie, it's a shame, though, because there have been a number of peaceful protests throughout the day. In fact, Los Angeles, downtown where you're seeing right now, had thousands of people that were peaceful through most of the day. And we have places like Whittier and Pasadena still underway. Riverside just got underway. You said Long Beach and Santa Monica. All of these places were peaceful, but this is how LA is going to be identified from today and has continued to be identified this way, and that is the violence within a few square blocks that this is taking place.
Yeah, that's right. And those protests started at around 10 a.m. this morning, and hundreds of thousands of people we know showed up in downtown LA. And now, if you take a look at your right-hand side, LA County Sheriff's Department moving in towards. Sorry, apologies. I don't know exactly which street that is, but they are moving closer to where those protesters were. Marcel, what are you seeing?
I'm seeing that the protesters are now moving out. We've talked about early on about strategy and tactics and what the Sheriff's Department can do versus the less lethal rounds of LAPD. I think it was a tactical decision to move the sheriffs in here because they can use tear gas, and it was probably more effective in this case to get those protesters out from in front of City Hall. That was their main focus. So you can see this contingency of sheriff, their SRT or Special Response Team has moved in front of City Hall. They replaced all the LAPD units, and now where we had a large crowd, I would say probably a couple thousand people, are all on the move. They have pretty much dispersed the area. They've moved to the south and to the west through Graham Park, and now they're basically what we had before with that large crowd in front of City Hall has now gone.
But Marcel, it's taken a long time. That dispersal order came in just before 4 p.m. today. It's now just after 6, and part of the reason why that dispersal order came in is because LAPD reported that bottles, bricks were being thrown at law enforcement officers as well as fireworks.
Yeah, I mean, we were here. I was here at 4 o'clock when the dispersal order started, and I actually saw the first interactions between the protesters and LAPD, and it was the way that the mood changed and basically the posturing of the whole situation almost changed in an instant. It went from no incidents reported all day, hundreds of thousands of people, to now very quickly. And I want to say that I think that first initial incident happened down on Alameda, down in front of the Federal Detention Center is where it first triggered, and then it just trickled off into the rest of the area here. And very quickly, I think the dispersal order, one of the tactics is, hey, give them a chance to go on their own. We don't want to have this immediate clash, and that's one of the tactics that they've used. Show of force, get a lot of officers here, let them see them in the place, and then we'll try to get these people to come out peacefully. I think the last thing anybody wants is a confrontation, so they're using whatever tactics they can to forcibly move them out without actually having contact.
Right, so perhaps you're right, that incident may have occurred near the Federal Detention Center, which explains why so few people actually heard the dispersal order go out. Even Matt Gutman was explaining that he didn't hear anything, but suddenly there was this police action. That might be because it wasn't anywhere near where the masses were this afternoon. Nevertheless, we are approaching 6:08 right now in the evening. The curfew kicks in at 8 o'clock, although now this dispersal order changes the rules just a bit. They want everybody out of this area, and the vast majority of people seem to be cooperating now, especially with the tear gas, the flashbangs, etc. But there's always that small group of people that actually look forward to this opportunity to create unrest and do what they do, and we've been watching after the last 8 days. Sophie.
Yeah, you mentioned those flashbangs, the tear gas, and those mounted officers. Those forces are strong. We saw some protesters come in contact with some of those forces as well. But we want to get back to the ground with ABC's Alex Stone. Alex, what's going on where you are right now?
Hey, Sophie and David. Yeah, things have definitely calmed down here now compared to when I was talking to you just a little while ago, and we were more in front of City Hall and the smoke was going off and the less lethal munitions were being used. We're in front of the LAPD right now at Main and First. You can see they have a skirmish line right here. The Metro unit, their SWAT team, just moved everybody down, and we, at least on the other side of City Hall, there's something going on, but generally here, it has calmed way down, and police are beginning to take a lesser stance based on what they were able to do and move everybody down. It did clear a lot of people out. I want to show you, we were live on the air, and all of those booms and bangs were going off, and they are on the other side of City Hall and then down the street a little bit. But this is half of what we were told is called a bang ball, is what one officer called it, where it goes up in the air and then bursts open and has gas and things in it. This is part of a 40-millimeter flashbang, the big booms that were going off. These are all over the ground down here right now, and these are what we're going. Very long night. They know they're going to be battling and playing kind of a cat and mouse game of the protesters running up and they push them back, running up and push them back. But it is a much lesser stance, at least in this area around City Hall and LAPD headquarters, than it was just a little while ago. So they're continuing to move people around, but it does seem they're making progress.
Yeah.
David, so
it may explain the very firm movement by PD and sheriffs to get this crowd out of the way, because they anticipate this could be a tough fight today. There's been a lot of attention on this Saturday. It's happening right now. We're right in the midst of it, and perhaps if they get ahead of the game at 6 o'clock in the evening before the sun actually goes down, they could have the upper hand sooner than later.
David, that's exactly right. They really held off most of the day. There was a lot of screaming at police. There was a lot of screaming at the National Guard and the Marines, who are now in front of the federal building where it had just been National Guard. Now the Marines are there as well, and the federal agents, federal police who are helping them out. They had been taking it all day. And then eventually, right around 4 o'clock, almost on the dot, it seemed that there may have been a plan to begin getting ready for curfew tonight and begin getting the streets cleared out. They say they were also taking rocks and bottles and chunks of concrete and brick, and that's when the decision was made to move everybody out, and they began marching them down. And we saw it in front of the federal building, and then they went up Temple and then came down Main Street here, and now we're clearing both sides of that. And yeah, instead of waiting until 8 o'clock, when then you've got the curfew and arrests being made and moving everybody around, to get going early on it, and they definitely did. And it does seem that they've made quite a bit of progress in the efforts that they've been making. It was a very different scene here an hour ago. It was very active. Police were in a very stern stance to us and to the protesters, and now they're able to take a deep breath. And then they're still doing some clearing, but generally around LAPD headquarters, they're kind of making this their stopping point, where they've got it on all the street, down the street, and they were able to get the, they call them agitators, but those that, they just kept coming up. They wanted to fight against the cops, and the second they would throw off gas, then they would get moved back, they would come right back in, and they would get burned by the gas. It wasn't necessarily tear gas, more like a pepper spray gas. Then they would move them back. And you can see there are more officers. We hear more munitions going off in the distance, with more officers coming out now. So they're going to have quite a fight on their hands tonight, but they are making progress right now, guys.
You just mentioned that it had calmed down where you were, but again, now we are starting to hear that pick up again. We want to go to Tim Caputo, who is also live in downtown LA. Tim, what's happening where you are at this moment?
Yeah, we're on the steps of City Hall, like physically standing on the steps on the front end of City Hall. The deputies let us move up a little bit to get behind them, to kind of get a better vantage point of their operation as they're pushing this crowd down towards First Street. We saw them essentially right in the middle of City Hall, underneath Grant Park, and the crowd here in the street. Just maybe 5 minutes ago, they started to throw some of those flashbangs, some of those, I didn't see tear gas this time around, but you see how much smaller the crowd, at least in the street, is at this point. What we're seeing is now the Sheriff's Department taking the lead. Earlier, LAPD had moved in with all of those officers firing those non-lethal rounds into the crowd. They have been kind of taken over initially with that big, overwhelming amount of tear gas into the crowd a little while ago, the ones that hit us too. And now the crowd has dispersed an awful lot, and they've moved them nearly to First Street. It's a long stretch of road here, so you come look this direction here. I know the sun is behind me, so it'll be a little tough to see. The park here that goes up to Hill Street is actually packed with people. We don't know if these, when we were here earlier, like I say 3 hours ago, these were families, these were people buying popcorn, buying hot dogs in the crowd, in the crowd. We don't know if that same kind of joyful group is here. Certainly the ones in the streets are the ones battling with these sheriff deputies and police officers the last couple hours now. They seem to be focusing, authorities focusing their attention on the handful of folks in the street. It seems like maybe 100 or maybe 200, and that's where they're focusing their attention. They are not moving all that quickly, but they are certainly moving what seems like eventually to First Street. And actually, if you see down the street from where I'm standing, it looks as though the PD all the way on First Street on Spring Street, blocking them. So they would have to go either direction on First Street. Obviously, there's a method to the madness on how they're dispersing the crowd and moving them out. But you see them giving that dispersal order, telling them it's an unlawful assembly, and getting them out of here. It should be mentioned, too, because earlier when there was talk of a dispersal order, it caught me off guard. We were over on the other side of the 101. I didn't hear anything, but we saw the movement of police officers. So it's not surprising that a lot of people were relatively caught off guard, knowing that they were here maybe until the curfew at 8 o'clock, maybe leaving a little bit earlier. But obviously, since things have ramped up, it has not ramped down to that point as we see police and sheriff's deputies continuing to move this crowd.
Okay, Tim, hang tight. We have an interview now with Deputy Chief from LAPD, Tingradis. Deputy Chief, are you there? And I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. Tingradis Himada? We might not have.
Hello?
Oh, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Deputy Chief, thank you so much for joining us today. What are we watching happening here right now in downtown LA?
We have declared an unlawful assembly, and the Los Angeles Police Department is currently initiating crowd-controlled tactics and trying to gain compliance from a group that has ignored a dispersal order that was provided. So what you are seeing on television now is Los Angeles Police Department, along with the Sheriff's Department, mitigate this large crowd. We are asking individuals to leave the area southbound Alameda to eastbound 2nd Street. I'd like to say that we started off with 20 to 30,000 participants at its peak, and the protest was peaceful. Not until rocks and bottles and projectiles were being thrown at our officers did we initiate crowd-control tactics in an effort to bring peace and calmness to that area and protect the children and families and protesters that were there to express their First Amendment today.
Deputy Chief, we are, of course, watching this play out live in downtown LA, and protesters there right now might not be listening to this, but their friends and family members might be. What would be your message to relay to these protesters or some of these bad actors that we've seen in downtown LA today?
My message would be to leave the area. The Los Angeles Police Department has been extremely patient today. We have given direction in English and Spanish. We have allowed a proper amount of time for the group to hear this messaging and leave the area. Right now, the traffic jams, families are unable to come to and from. I am asking for the individuals to disperse and leave the area immediately.
Deputy Chief, can you tell us or explain to us what happened, what forced law enforcement to give this dispersal order around 3:45 today?
Sure. There was a crowd in the 300 block of Los Angeles Street, and they were blocking traffic and creating a traffic jam. Our officers were in the area, and there's a pedestrian bridge in that area, which was high ground. Those individuals had a position of advantage, and they began throwing rocks and bottles and projectiles at our police officers. At that time, the incident commander declared an unlawful assembly. We gave them an ample amount of time to leave the area. We then administered less lethal, and the crowd began to disperse. What you're seeing on TV now are splinter crowds and groups that are broken off from that main crowd. We are trying to mitigate those groups with this second dispersal order that has been given.
We know that some of these officers, like you mentioned, had been struck with bottles, with bricks. Any officers that you know of at this moment injured?
At this time, I am not aware of any officers that have been injured. I would like to say we are working very closely with the Los Angeles Fire Department. We have a force protection of LAPD officers that are working side by side with the LAFD. They have need to go in on at least 2 locations that I know of to render aid to individuals. And when groups fail to disperse, it makes it very difficult for the fire department to do their job and render aid to those that need it.
Okay, Deputy Chief, have you noticed, is this 8 p.m. curfew working in your opinion?
I truly believe the curfew is working. We had multiple businesses in downtown Los Angeles that were burglarized and looted earlier in the week. Once the mayor initiated this curfew, we've seen a decrease in burglaries and looting. In fact, we have not had one burglary or looting incident in 4 days since the mayor instituted the curfew in the downtown LA area.
That is great news. What about the other protests that are going on? I know that they are largely peaceful. We're getting word that another protest is breaking out now in Van Nuys. When it comes to personnel, can you cover all of this? And have you heard of anything like this or similar to what we're seeing in downtown that may have been happening somewhere else in LA?
The Los Angeles Police Department is fully mobilized right now, which means days off were canceled. And with the partnership of the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department and the California Highway Patrol, we have enough resources to mitigate the groups and crowds that you're currently seeing and watching on television. I am aware of different events that have occurred throughout LA County, and those events, my understanding, have been largely peaceful as well.
Deputy Chief Amada Tiurides, this is Giovanna Lada joining David Oman here on the set. I know that you have worked for many, many years to establish good communications between the citizens of Southern California and the department, the Los Angeles Police Department. You have a line of communication between the community and law enforcement.
It is so vital that we are communicating. We, for the past week, have done extensive outreach. I'm currently the commanding officer of Central Bureau, and downtown Los Angeles is my area. And over the past week, we've had emergency meetings. We've met with our Downtown Business Improvement District, our Downtown Alliance, and our community members. And our main focus in communication with them is peace and safety for all communities. And we have utilized our social media platforms, emergency meetings, dialogue. Our senior lead officers have been going out to businesses, checking on them, working very closely with our city partners to get any graffiti removed from any buildings, and really pushing towards an effort to bring calmness back to our community, but also to ensure that they understand what resources are available to them in this time. And the messaging that we have put out to the community is that we see you, we hear you. The Los Angeles Police Department is here to keep our community safe, and we will get through this.
Deputy Chief, I'm going to ask you one more question, but I want to give you a reference to our audience. On the left-hand side, you see that is the crowd that we talked about just a second ago in Van Nuys. This is at Irwin Street and Van Nuys Boulevard. It is a peaceful protest, although they are in the middle of the intersection, but they are literally dancing. So that's what you're watching there. The pictures on the right-hand side of the violence that's happening right now in downtown Los Angeles. So, Deputy Chief, if this continues, if the violence continues, if these problems continue for the next few days, is the LAPD prepared to handle it in a manpower sort of way?
The Los Angeles Police Department is prepared. We have an incident management team that has been with this incident from day one. We have coordinated with, again, Los Angeles County Sheriff, the California Highway Patrol, and we have enough resources to address what is going on right now in our city. The message to our community is we are doing our best to make the community safe, to keep our protesters that are protesting peacefully safe, but we also are not going to tolerate the small minority of agitators that are wreaking havoc and attempting to harm our officers and vandalize our community. We will arrest you if you ignore our dispersal orders, and we will be enforcing the curfew.
Well put. That's an important message. The vast majority of people are trying to make a statement, a peaceful statement. It's only a handful of people that are creating the chaos that we're seeing. Deputy Chief, thank you so much for joining us today. Best of luck to you.
Thanks for having me.
let's take you, okay, so that is downtown Los Angeles, and that's where a lot of attention has been. And Van Nuys, though, that is a peaceful protest in the middle of Irwin Street and Van Nuys Boulevard. The LAPD is there. They're watching them closely. They are in the middle of this intersection, so keep that in mind if you're driving through this area. But Giovanna, we've been watching them. It's not a lot of people, and they're literally dancing with a choreographed dance in the middle of that intersection.
Yeah, and I just want to note that earlier we heard from Tim Caputo. He's in downtown Los Angeles, and he was describing as tensions were building near his live reporting, and then someone came and brought a speaker with music.
Oh, yeah.
And all of the people who were focused on the tension that were building between some of the protesters and the law enforcement out there then turned their attention to the speaker, and he said it changed the mood.
Yeah.
Just changed the mood and lightened the mood.
A lot of what we're seeing there in Van Nuys, hopefully that situation stays peaceful. We're going to continue to watch that. Downtown, as you know, and as it has been, that is a bit of a powder keg, and we will continue to watch the ebbs and flows of that. But then let's take you to a peaceful protest right now in Riverside, where this day was meant to be this way. If you have something to say, do it peacefully, and there have been thousands of places across the country where people have done so, including Riverside. And here's Rob McMillan with more. Rob?
Right, peaceful so far. Again, we have been here for about an hour and a half. Much different than the situation in Los Angeles. Obviously, what's happening downtown, tens of thousands of people. By our check with Riverside Police, there are about 5,000 people here in downtown Riverside. But the other thing that's different, this didn't start until 5:30, and once it did get started, it accelerated very rapidly. I've never seen so many signs, so many different signs with so many different messages. And what happened here was this protest started with all the protesters gathered on the street corners, and they would wait until the traffic lights would signal that it's okay to walk across the street. They would then do so, walk across the street. It appeared as though they were blocking traffic, but not really, because they had the walk signal. But then about half an hour ago, they started marching down the streets, blocking traffic, again, peacefully protesting. And I say that because we have not seen any instances of violence, and I just checked with the Riverside Police Department. They have not seen any instances of violence. One other thing that I should say about watching this protest compared to some of the other ones I've seen, some of the anti-ICE protests that we've seen over the past few days, a lot of Mexican flags here. I really have to say that predominantly it's just American flags here for this No Kings Day protest. And a lot of American flags we've seen flown in the upside down position. Again, traditionally that would mean a country in distress. We've talked to a lot of people here. Most all of them are local, obviously with concerns with what they're seeing across the country right now. As is typically the case in these kinds of protests where people just start marching hither and yon, it's tough to tell exactly where the center point is, if there is a center point. From what the police department was telling me, a lot of people are beginning to gather at the Riverside Historic Courthouse, but it does appear that the crowd does appear to be dispersing at least a little bit. I did talk with Congressman Mark Takano. He's the Democratic congressperson from Riverside here. He's out here marching the streets, talking about, in his words, how ironic it is that we would spend so many tens of millions of dollars on a military parade in the nation's capital, and so much money sending the National Guard and the U.S. Marines here, while at the same time seeing so many cuts to programs that many of the people here depend on. But again, here in downtown Riverside, a lot of noise, a lot of chanting, a lot of yelling, but so far things appear to be pretty peaceful. Although, as I mentioned, traffic is blocked on some streets, but there's been no unlawful assembly declared. There's been no orders to disperse given by the Riverside Police Department, at least at this point. I was checking with Officer Ryan Railsback with the Riverside Police Department, and by their estimates, and again, they're monitoring the city camera system as well as drones they have flying in the area, about 5,000 people here at this protest, which is about half of what they had during a very large protest back in June of 2020 during some of the Black Lives Matter protests. Again, that was another situation that started around 4 remained peaceful almost the entire time until that order to disperse was given. And then you had dozens of agitators in the crowd start looting businesses, breaking windows, and that kind of thing. But so far, we have not seen any of that in downtown Riverside.
All right.
Live in Riverside, Rob McMillan, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Rob McMillan, thank you for that live report from Riverside. Again, a protest there starting at 5:30. Rob saying about 5,000 protesters are there, and it has remained peaceful so far. And most of the protests we saw earlier today, throughout the day, have been peaceful. Tens of thousands of people were in downtown Los Angeles, and they were peaceful until late afternoon.
Downtown Los Angeles was peaceful right up until about 3:30 this afternoon. Through all the other protests that we're hearing about, at least in the Southern California region, have been peaceful. I've heard great things about Pasadena. A great number of people who showed up to that. It is still underway, no problems whatsoever. You see Rob's picture. He said a tremendous amount of signs, a very vocal crowd, but law-abiding, sending their message out there. But in downtown Los Angeles, the same has occurred that we've seen in multiple days since basically last Friday and especially last Saturday.
Sunday. And we are waiting to speak with Sheriff Robert Luna. He'll be joining us momentarily, and hopefully we'll be able to get some clarification as to what happened in around that 3:30 time period where emotions pivoted and the tensions began to grow. There were reports of some protesters throwing bottles and bricks at police officers. We also heard from Matt Gutman on the ground that he did not see that. He was not able to see that, but we have heard other reports, as I mentioned, that did happen. So we'll be hoping to get some clarification.
Yeah, we did. We get a little clarification from the assistant chief that it happened on the 300 block of LA Street, and it was a small group of people, but they had the high ground, throwing rocks and bricks at the officers below them, and that's when they told those people to disperse. They didn't leave, and so then that's when this massive dispersal order was given about 3:45 today, and the unrest began. Now they've made a lot of progress, but they've used, a lot of ordnance to do this, from gas to flashbangs and a massive amount of people and horses, and that is still underway. And the question remains, when the curfew kicks in at 8 o'clock, it has been working. Will it work today? Because today is that day when so much attention was put on today for the No Kings protest that happened all over the country. So perhaps there's an extra amount of energy that's going on here, especially in downtown Los Angeles. But you see the amount of law enforcement personnel that's out there right now to get things under control. On the right-hand side, a happier crowd in Riverside that Rob just reported from. And of course, we showed you the shots of Van Nuys of a small group of protesters in the streets that were dancing.
Yeah, and the No Kings protests were planned well before the ICE raids that began last Friday here in Los Angeles. Those were already in place because of the military parade that President Trump scheduled for today. We want to check in with Tim Caputo. He is still in downtown Los Angeles. We know you were kind of surrounded by some of that gas, the flashbangs. Are you okay? I should ask first. It looks like you're doing okay.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I cried enough tears today to last me for the rest of the month, for sure. What we're seeing here, it's kind of interesting because as we watch this play out, you obviously see all these sheriff labels on the back. This is obviously the sheriff's department here. They have been the ones pushing the crowd up Spring Street. Here's what's interesting. When you get to First Street over there, the dark blue uniforms are LAPD. Now, they are actually on both sides of the street of First and farther along. So what happened is when they moved the protesters up the street, or at least this kind of faction or group of it, the ones that have been kind of sparring with police and not dispersing for the last hour or so, they've run out of room. So if you look to my right, what they're doing for the remaining group, there's like a 6-foot, 7-foot fence there. From my understanding, this is a kind of like dirt, maybe construction area. I'm not exactly sure what it is. It sits next to Grant Park. Some of the group was moving up Grant Park up to Broadway. The others that came down Spring Street essentially ran out of room to go to. And what they've done is kind of squeeze the group smaller and smaller. So some of them are now hopping the fence and going up to Broadway. If you look up Broadway from where we are, it's a little tough to see with the fence there, but you see some of the flags waving in the background. That's how you get a sense of where the crowd has moved to this point. Whether or not the crowd back up 1 second here. Sheriff's Department's asking us to back up. We're obviously not trying to get any more tear gas in our face, and obviously as they're shooting these flashbangs, but many of them you'll see them on the hip of some of these guys and ladies, they're like grenades. So essentially they pull the pin, they toss them, and that's where you get the spark in the air when it releases, and then when it hits the ground, it explodes. It's not a grenade that has shrapnel in it, it's just a grenade that makes a big loud noise, and that's what they're tossing towards the crowd to try to get them to move back. The movement from here is going to be interesting because there are an awful lot of folks up on Broadway, but guys, as we've seen them move this crowd from Temple Street over to First Street, we've noticed it's getting smaller and smaller. The one thing I do want to point out, because I think it's important when we talk about the back and forth, there is a dispersal order, there's an unlawful assembly. Being out here right now is against the law at the moment, so that's why they're trying to move this crowd. We haven't necessarily seen, at least not with my own eyes, an awful lot of stuff thrown at police in the last 30 minutes. 2 or 3 water bottles. I have not taken rocks or anything like that, but here comes the APD. It looks like they might be grabbing the remaining people who didn't hop the fence as they ran out of room in that area, pushed by the Sheriff's Department, flanked by LAPD. And what it seems like is happening at this point, I'm trying to get a vantage point, is they may be detaining the remaining people who are unable to hop the fence and get out of this area. Where they move from here, obviously we'll be following in tow and following close behind the Sheriff's Department to see exactly where they push this crowd. But obviously the tactics of the tear gas and those flashbangs seem to be working to not only push the crowd back, but eventually get them to disperse.
So are you saying that the folks that are there right now, that they want to disperse, but there's not an exit for them?
It looks as though, I mean, so we were obviously all the way up Spring Street as we were coming down, right, in front of City Hall. What we were seeing was they were pushing in this direction, but I could tell you on First Street, on this sidewalk, there's a line of LAPD. And now it looks like they may have moved, no, they didn't. So they're now making a smaller and smaller circle, essentially circling the wagon around the remaining protesters here. They pushed them into an area, the Sheriff's Department, where it was just LAPD, and it appears as though it would make sense at this point, the folks who didn't hop the fence and get out of Dodge up to Broadway may be detained or at least pushed outside this immediate perimeter. We're trying to see, I don't necessarily see anyone in handcuffs. It does look like they're letting them go by police officers, but it was interesting because as the Sheriff's Department pushed them up, they were met by LAPD on the other side, and by the time they got to the end of the street, they were fully surrounded by police.
Tim, I want to interrupt you here. Stay there, don't go anywhere, but we just got word from LAPD Deputy Chief Imara Tingarides, whom we were speaking with a short time ago. She is telling us to tell our viewers that people should be leaving the downtown area on southbound Alameda to eastbound 2nd Street. That is the route that they should take to leave the downtown area. Southbound Alameda, and that is from LAPD Deputy Chief Imara Tingarides.
Giovanna, I can't see from above if there are any folks still down on that end over by Alameda Street. I can tell you, if you're on Broadway, good luck getting to Alameda, because as they've come through here, police officers are blocking all the streets. Alameda's like 4 blocks down from where we're standing. So obviously the Federal Building, the Metro Detention Center is Alameda and Aliso. That's where we've seen the protests. We've been here essentially every night the last week. That's where all the tensions began and where that dispersal order came in. As they moved the crowd up this direction, I don't know if they could get all the way down to Alameda. Here's the thing, though. If they let them walk down to 2nd Street, excuse me, there's a chance they can get down the street. But from what we've seen from this vantage point, this kind of lively crowd, if you will, that were going back and forth with the sheriff deputies, both on Spring Street and on Main Street, they've been pushed up to Broadway and Hill in the opposite direction of Alameda. There may be a plan to eventually get them back down or over to 2nd Street, but at this point, we've seen them move up the hill rather than down towards Alameda. That being said, this is a big crowd here. I know it was tens of thousands of people earlier. I can't exactly see if there are still lingering folks on that side of downtown, but I can say for at least this crowd, here they are here. We're watching them move up First Street. LAPD officers, some of them jogging up the street, and they're about to interact. Here comes another flashbang. Who is he throwing that at? But there's no one over there. So maybe that's just to give a little warning that stuff's about to go down. That was an interesting call by that one sheriff's deputy as they giggle about it here. But LAPD walking up First Street as they're about to approach the crowd up on Broadway. If the sheriff deputies let us go by here, we're going to work our way up to First Street and follow behind LAPD as they continue to move this crowd and disperse them. So we're going to send it back to you guys in the studio for a second while we move to the corner up here.
All right, Tim, thank you. And we should remind everyone, we heard from law enforcement, local law enforcement. We heard from Sheriff Robert Luna. We heard from LAPD Chief Jim McDonald. We heard from Mayor Karen Bass that people who are coming to Los Angeles to the different protests to protest peacefully, that they will be protected by local law enforcement, but anyone trying to stir up trouble, any agitators, anything thrown at police officers, or anyone putting anyone else in danger would be handled by the LAPD, and they seem to do that.
Since the dispersal order went out, then everybody has to leave. So that's the clarification here. You can protest in other areas. You could protest in LA, downtown LA, and thousands of people did protest peacefully. But once the dispersal order goes out, then you have to leave. Your time is up. And the people who stay behind are basically in violation of the law. There are many other protests going on throughout Los Angeles. They are all peaceful as of now, and we've shown you quite a few, and we'll show you more throughout the evening. Rob is monitoring closely the Riverside protest that just got underway at 5:30 this evening. It has a great deal of energy and about 5,000 people there, but it is peaceful so far. Van Nuys, we saw a smaller group, about 200 to 300 people. They were dancing in the street. That is peaceful. Pasadena is said to be peaceful the entire time with a large crowd. So that basically is the picture. This is the area of concern. Once that dispersal order goes out, everybody has to leave. It doesn't matter if you're peaceful or not. And then the curfew then kicks in at 8 o'clock. So even though if you are still just in the area and out in the streets, you cannot be out there in that very specific area. It's a small area, but there's a very specific area that the mayor did identify, and according to the deputy chief, it has worked. There has been no looting, no break-ins, etc. since the curfew was ordered.
And to the right of your screen, you're looking at video from earlier today. You look at the number of people who were in downtown Los Angeles earlier today when the protest began late this morning and ended. It was supposed to end at 2 o'clock, and you would assume that everyone would disperse. A lot of people continued to stay in downtown Los Angeles. But the point being, the numbers of people who were in downtown and that protest was primarily peaceful, or was peaceful until about 3:30 when that dispersal order was given. And we did hear from Bruce Thomas earlier today, who said because the curfew was happening at 8 o'clock, that maybe the LAPD wanted to start getting people to leave the area because there was still such a large group there. Much smaller than what you saw there, but still a significant number of people on those city streets.
That is not live. I just want to clarify. That's what we have earlier there. The one on the right is some of the unrest, and that's when it was just starting to break out. You see the energy really does change. You see CHP and LAPD making aggressive moves towards the crowds to get people to disperse. And as you can see, that's a 200 block of Los Angeles Street. So we have seen that evolve because of their aggressive maneuvering. It has worked, and the crowd largely has dissipated. There are still a few people out there, and Giovanna, we've seen this all the time. There's always that handful of people. By handful, I mean 100, 200 people that want to remain behind. They want to create disruption. I don't think you could identify them as peaceful protesters by any means, or out there to create havoc, and that's basically what they do. That's their goal.
All right, and again, we're keeping an eye on what's happening in downtown LA right now. The smaller box on your television screen is a live picture, and again, the larger picture on your screen is from earlier today when those protests began to get out of hand.
By the way, we have there is a no-fly zone in downtown Los Angeles right now because of the Dodger game that is now underway. And so we have to kind of evolve with some of the restrictions that are going on. That's why Tim is our guy on the ground who has been watching the situation, and he's trying to examine what exactly that movement was that we saw just a second ago. And there again, on the earlier video on the right-hand side, you see the presence of horses. And from what we have been hearing, that presence has been really impactful in pushing the crowd back. And there's something going on right over there. You see the upside-down flags and a number of people with the police around them, but the disruptions continue in that area. And we'll get a report from Tim eventually when he puts himself in a position where he could report. Oh, there he is. Tim, what are we seeing back there? Go ahead.
Yeah, we're walk with me here as we go up the street. LAPD just kind of gave us permission to come up First Street here. We're going to walk up to the side to show you what's happening at this point on Broadway. You know, it's interesting as some of these continued flashbangs go off here, they're moving the crowd from First Street over to Second Street. I keep mentioning that it's getting smaller and smaller, and understandably so. They're moving them kind of through the grid systematically up and around the street with LAPD, with LAPD kind of leading the charge with a line of police officers kind of pushing the crowd. Stay on the sidewalk. Yep.
All right,
Two
Tim.
more steps up. Give me 1 second, guys. We just want to get position. Yep. We want to send it back inside real quick as we're getting up to the corner here as they're pushing this crowd back on Broadway towards Second Street.
All right, Tim, thank you. We'll check back with you a little later. Right now we have Sheriff Robert Luna on the line with us. Thank you for talking with us today. The protests today did remain peaceful until about that 3:30 hour. Can you tell us what changed? What happened?
Well, hello, Giovanna and David. Thank you for having me on. My understanding is that about that time, we had what I'm calling agitators start to attack police officers within that area where they ended up declaring an unlawful assembly and then gave a dispersal order. It's a shame because if you look at the entire day, it was peaceful. Peaceful all day with families, legitimate protesters and demonstrators, and then you get these agitators that come in and they are well organized. They're armed with bricks and anything you could throw at police officers, and they start ruining it for everybody. They create chaos. And unfortunately, they are the ones that blew it for everybody. And it's a shame because, as I've told all of you in the past, we encourage and facilitate First Amendment activity. But when it starts to become criminal in nature, as we unfortunately saw around that 4 o'clock hour, our deputies, our police officers start coming in. Your viewers are probably seeing some less lethal being utilized. The only time we are using those tools is when the deputies and police officers are being attacked. And I'm calling right now because I want to see how many of my deputies have been injured. I know that one of our horses was attacked, and that behavior is absolutely unacceptable.
Do you have a number of how many deputies have been injured today?
Today, we're still gathering all the information on any injuries and arrests that we're making thus far. Because we're still in the middle of this, we will get that to you here in the next, hopefully an hour or so.
Yeah, I got you.
What are your concerns about later on tonight? The curfew kicks in at 8 o'clock. Not that that is relevant here because the dispersal order has already been put out there. But are you concerned about what's going to happen once sundown hits? Because what I understand is, and what was reported to us, is the curfew has been working, and it's been effective in protecting some of the businesses in downtown. But how do you view tonight?
Yeah, I applaud Jim McDonnell and the LAPD. I think they've been doing a great job with the curfew that they implemented in the city of LA. And I want to remind your viewers that we're probably dealing with about a 1 square mile area. I know it makes it look like everything's going bad. It is not. It's only that one specific area. You asked me if I'm concerned. My job is to be concerned. And because I am so concerned, as is Jim McDonnell and the commissioner of the CHP, we've been planning for this. We knew Saturday was going to be a bigger day than the last few. So we have brought in additional resources from each of our departments. We've been coordinating with other police chiefs from the 44 other agencies in LA County. I've been coordinating with the sheriffs in the area. We are checking with each other because a lot of us had protests today. And in our world, if you're not impacted, you become a resource. So we have a lot of people staged, and I'm really praying that we need none of them, that this continues to go the way it is, and we can get everybody off the streets at least for tonight, and then everyone can go home safely.
Sheriff, for Angelinos who are concerned about the lawlessness they might see, that, as you mentioned, is contained to that 1 square mile area, but they might be concerned about the lawlessness and whether the people committing these crimes will be arrested. will be prosecuted. You were saying that you may not be arrested the day of your actions, but you will track these people down. Can you reiterate that and maybe comfort some of the people who are worried about this?
Yes, ma'am. I can assure all of your viewers that individuals committing crimes are going to be caught. They're going to be arrested. And I want to make sure everybody knows we've almost been running operations every day of people we're looking for to arrest that committed acts of violence or destruction of property or theft the days before. We end up getting a lot of evidence or tips. And we have a whole investigative unit that is doing that. But as you're looking at the activity today, we will arrest, and we have arrested several people already. And if they don't leave the area, and they have been directed to do this multiple times, they are subject to arrest. We have additional booking teams from the LA County Sheriff's Department out there. We have set buses out there ready to fill them up. I'm hoping we don't have to arrest anybody, but unfortunately there are people who are not cooperating. They are not listening to the direction of the deputy sheriffs and police officers out there, and they're going to be held accountable. One other piece of this. I have had constant communication with the district attorney, Nathan Hoffman, who's been a great partner, and he has assigned a couple of special prosecutors just for people who are doing this kind of unlawful activity. So he's ready on his end. I've also had conversations with the U.S. attorney, who is very eager to charge people federally for either A, attacking police officers and deputies, or being in an organized fashion to create the chaos that we're seeing right now on television.
Is there a point where you draw the line and you say you have to be gone right now or arrests are underway? Do we get to some point where that happens tonight?
That's already happened. LAPD declared an unlawful assembly. They're giving dispersal orders, very clear and concise, over and over, giving people an opportunity to leave. If what you're seeing now are people that are masked up, and actually instead of walking away, a lot of them are charging the lines with the officers. Those are not peaceful individuals. They are not protesting or demonstrating. Those are criminal acts. So we have to make sure that we get those individuals out of here somehow, and if that's through arrest, that's what's going to happen.
Earlier, there was some question as to the folks who were still out there who were trying to leave the downtown area as to what the best way was to leave. Tim Caputo thought that maybe some groups of people were surrounded by police and couldn't find their exit. Anything you can add about that?
Yeah, LAPD, I think, has been doing a very good job of putting out very specific direction over text and any which way they could to communicate that to the public. And I believe they're trying to get people out of there through Alameda. But here's the thing, some advice for people that are out there. Try and the officers out there will give very clear direction on how to get out of there. Do not join these crowds that are attacking the officers. And I see people who are out there just videotaping. Maybe they want to get on YouTube or whatever they're doing. Don't do that. You're putting yourself at risk. Get out of the area as soon as possible. This has already been declared an unlawful assembly. There's no going back on that now tonight.
Yeah. We've seen a tremendous amount of manpower out there. Of course, the hope is maybe this is the climax of all that's been going on. A lot of attention was given to this Saturday. But if it does continue, can you sustain the manpower?
We have no choice. We will figure out a way to make sure that we can bring peace back to these streets. We are consistently coordinating, like I said, in the region and our partners around. But I do want to say this. Our employees are tired. Our employees have been working their tails off. Our employees have families that are scared to death as they're watching this on television, and they would like them to be home. And I hope we all think about it. Some people say, well, that's your job. It is to a certain extent. But I do want to acknowledge my employees and the sacrifices they're making and their families. If you can just imagine for a second having to send your husband, wife, son, or daughter to work, and then they're out there on these lines and these skirmish lines, that's a scary place to be. And I get it. It's scary for everybody. And if I didn't say this to both of you earlier, I want to really acknowledge the fact that our community is in fear. That in our community, there's a lot of anxiety. There's a lot of things going on. Every time we turn around, we're seeing these ICE raids in the strange places, car washes, swap meets. That scares people. We're acknowledging that. But the violence and destruction of property is not going to get us to where we need to. It's the peaceful demonstrations and protests that hopefully will make a difference, and we find a path go in the right direction here, because this is not good for us, for any of us.
Sheriff Luna, before you go, I do have another question. You guys are responsible for the entire county of Los Angeles, and we've been reporting that most of the protests, all of the protests, have been peaceful throughout.
Right, so we did see
Can you
some of the
comment
National
on
Guardsmen
the other
earlier
protests
today.
that
They were outside some of the
your
buildings
department
along
was overseeing
the march route, and they were standing their guard. And of course, you had protesters.
Yeah, we were
shouting them
expecting
down.
well over
We thank
30
them for their
protests
service.
in the
They're
county
out
of Los
bravely doing their
Angeles.
job.
I am happy to report that at least half of those that have occurred earlier today ended very peacefully. They didn't have these agitators in there that turn things ugly like you're seeing here in downtown LA. We are still monitoring everything that's going on, including the soccer game at SoFi Stadium with Mexico versus the Dominican Republic. So there's a lot of things going on out there, and our staff here at the Emergency Operations Bureau and everybody we've brought in is doing an amazing job of tracking everything, ready to respond and assist and keep the peace for the entire region. And we do that 99.9% of the time. We have amazing employees.
There's another soccer game in Pasadena at the Rose Bowl.
Tomorrow.
Oh, that's tomorrow.
Yes. Sure. I believe that is tomorrow, and that is something we'll be keeping a close eye on as well. Pasadena is also in Los Angeles County.
Hopefully that will stay peaceful. Sheriff, your time is valuable. Thank you so much for clarifying with us with what's going on in our county. The best of luck to you as you continue on.
Thank you. If I can ask for prayers for all of our employees out there. It's been a rough week, and it's not going to stop anytime soon.
Without a doubt. Thank you for your service.
Sheriff Luna clarifying what is happening throughout our county. Largely good news. Let's clarify that. Most of the protests have been very peaceful, but there's a big responsibility in what's going on downtown. There has been this dispersal order. The people that are not dispersing, that are not leaving, arrests are now underway. You just saw, that is a live picture on your left-hand side where you see officers who just detained somebody on the far side of that vehicle. That's what they're doing, is they're pulling him into that vehicle. He might have done something specific, but technically, all the folks that are there right now are in violation of the law, so they could be arrested if law enforcement chooses to do so. But this person that they're trying to put into custody right now in that vehicle, we don't know what he did. In fact, we understand that Tim Caputo now has rejoined us. Tim, can you clarify what we're watching here?
Right, well, I'll start off by talking about those 500 arrests related to protest activity. Many of
Majority
them
of
were
police
for failure
officers
to
we
disperse,
saw moving in the opposite direction from First Street to Second Street. We're closer to Temple. We were going back to the car to get some waters and change our battery. We came up on this side as LAPD are moving this much smaller crowd away, and as we were walking up, there were 6 or 7 LAPD officers trying to restrain that man who is now in the back of that SUV. We don't know what he is accused of doing. We do know when they went around him immediately, there were several other people standing kind of over the group of officers, so much so they have to call for extra officers to come up the street to essentially back them up. The crowd on the opposite side, 5, 10 times bigger than the one over here, but as you guys have seen, it may only take one person, 2 people, a handful of people to interact, have a negative interaction, potentially assault police, and it could lead to this. Again, we don't know exactly what this guy's accused of doing. When we came up the street away from the large group of officers down that direction, he was already in the ground kind of wiggling around as they were trying to handcuff him. He obviously didn't go into the car very easily, and obviously you see a couple people in the street right now kind of standing face to face with these LAPD officers. That gentleman there in the kind of blue bandana has been yelling at police for a little bit. That's why they've called extra backup. Actually now we're seeing a lot more LAPD officers come up the street as well. This group size is far smaller than the big group that they're pushing out in the opposite direction, past 1st Street, down to 2nd Street. They want to move from 2nd to Alameda, but what happens is we're standing next to Grant Park on my left here. That's City Hall. This is where we were about an hour ago as they were moving the crowd. We'll point in the direction here so everyone could see it. 1st Street down to 2nd Street, but what ended up happening is a lot of people came up through the park, through Grant Park on here to Broadway. So that's why you're seeing these officers again. They were blocking the top of Grant Park here, and now they're pushing this remaining crowd. It's maybe only 20, 30 people out towards past Temple Street. Obviously, in every direction, there are little pockets of crowds as they're trying to disperse them. But even if a crowd as small as 10, 15 people can turn ugly, can turn violent, and can end in arrest like you just saw there.
And Tim, you pushed in, your camera pushed in on a woman who was sitting on the street there, apparently refusing to disperse.
They have an effect right now.
Yeah, you know, and you see a bit of this. I remember seeing this last, what was it, Friday night as well, is, you know, this road is not open to traffic anyway, but this is an attempt at some peaceful resistance to police. The problem is there's a dispersal order. And so what's going to happen is if she doesn't get up and walk, she's going to spend the night in jail, and it looks as though she made the right decision there.
Yes.
And she got up and is walking away as police are pushing them down the street and kind of getting this remaining crowd, at least on this side of the larger group, this is a much smaller group, out of this area near City Hall.
All right, Tim, thank you for covering this for us. I know you're going to gather some more information that's going on downtown. We want to let our viewers know that we have a special newscast on Eyewitness News on ABC 7 at 8 o'clock, another one at 10 and 11 o'clock. 8 o'clock, of course, is in relation to the end of the football game that is on right now. But we're going to come back on the air and give you the very latest on what's happening all over Southern California and the nation for that matter. There's a lot of major news stories that are happening as we speak. So we're going to break away from our coverage digitally, and we'll see you at 8 o'clock on ABC 7.
I'm going to wait for more details, but just from the looks of it, it certainly does appear that way. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, the same backpack. It's nice that you set it on the ground and it sits straight. I think everything is okay now. Boom. I think the threat has been neutralized, but it looks like they're treating this person's head. Okay, well. There was a shooting at our protest. No, there was a shooting. They're working on somebody over there right now. All right, Salt Lake City PD. We'll see if you can actually do K-12. See if I can pull my tripod out for one. It's like this tripod's hard to... There we go. Stop. Stand by. Imagine they did this in Texas. This is Utah, dude. We're open carry strapped here.
like. Makes sense.
All right. Thank you. I'm not gonna argue with the cops today, guys. Bro, that was like 50 feet from us. God damn it.
Velcro or whatever you stick in the machine.
Still open a little bit, okay? What? Are you talking to me? They caught the guy that shot the guy? Yeah. How do you know? He went that way. You think they got him? You think maybe might? Might. Okay. There's an active shooter. Be safe or head out. I think it would be a good time to drink some water. What do you think? Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, dude was not stoked that you're here. I will sure do that. Let me just grab my things, sir. You got your rubber bullets out just in case? That's our rubber bullets? That orange gun is not less than lethal? Yeah, I know what rubber bullets are. I didn't say orange gun, I said rubber bullets. What the fuck? Dude still got his fucking less than lethals out just in case. Pointing your less than lethal gun out at a fucking crowd of people who got shot at. No. It's wild because the crowd was so big. Oh, hey! Oh, hey, you! Yep. That'd be me. Second two shot? What do you think two shot? The scanner? Can you just write down what the scanner's saying, please? I can't look at the link right now. If anybody could like get some intel on anything that's going on right now, that would be amazing. Scanner, KSL News, ABC4 News, Fox 13 News, Salt Lake City. Man, I got goosebumps. Yeah, Freedom, we had a shooting. Shots fired.
fuck is that guy? Yeah, that was like right behind us, you guys. We were right. We were right there when that happened. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad I wasn't hurt too. Not to be morbid or anything, but my luck would be just getting maimed, you know? Like a fucking cockroach. It sounds like the shooter got shot. Everything is speculation right now. I haven't been to one of your streams in a minute. I saw you was on. I was like, oh, yay. And then it was mayhem on your end. Yes, hey. I haven't been streaming much lately. My phone is broken, as you can see. And I can't afford to get a new one, so it's hard to stream. But I thought today was important enough to do it. And now here we are. They haven't taken that guy away in an ambulance. I haven't seen an ambulance leave. Okay, all right. The shooter's down there. Okay, so I believe everyone said that the shooter ran this way, and there's paramedics and emergency down here. And we have paramedics and emergency down here. This is obviously still all speculation. But I believe that this person was a protester down here. They had rainbow writing on their bag. And then this person over here, I believe, is the shooter. It's definitely still a mixed bag because I think a lot of people don't know what happened. Okay.
Good.
He's arrested. So wait, the shooter didn't get shot? He didn't get shot?
The shooter didn't look like me.
What did he look like?
He was just a younger kid with beard.
Okay.
Hey, media! This car right
Sounds like MAGA. That's a silly thing to say. Okay. Here's a news broadcaster, so I'm going to try and catch that. And then we'll go down and see what's going on the other end. Thank you, Jan.
Same as last time, guys. All that's being reported, all that we know now is gunshots were heard. When the crowd cleared, there were apparently 2 bodies down. That's what's being reported. That's all we know. Don't spread rumors. The police are not obstructing anything. They're doing their job.
Hello, Oak.
My voice is cracking. They are doing their job. Let emergency services through. We are not associated with this. Do not escalate anything. Don't approach the police. Let emergency services through.
I don't know who the hell this guy is. We are investigating a shooter possibly associated with the demonstration on 200 South State Street. We have multiple law enforcement units in the area. Person in custody arrested below leaving the demonstration safely and orderly. The streamer